So, hopefully things will sound a little bit better now. Let's find out, shall we? Let's find out in due course once people start commenting once again. Let's see. Are audio issues any better now? Now that we've completely restarted the computer. Perfect. Hey, what's going on, Essex? How you doing, brother? Good to see you again, my dude. So, hopefully it sounds... It is perfect good. I don't know what the hell is going on. Like, can't have a good stream without some good technical difficulties, eh? It's just not how we roll. What's going on, Roy? Sounds fine now. Good. You sound beautiful? Oh, you're beautiful, Wilder. Love my raid content. Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate you, dude. I'm excited for the new raid just so I can make some more raid videos. I feel like there's limited capacity for me to do any more for a speeder bike raid. Because it's like, it's mostly very samey. It's like, hey, get a bunch of Imperial troopers and a bunch of rebels or Ewoks. Take in these two. Go get 2.4 million. That's the strategy. Apart from a sideswipe team and a layer team. That's kind of it. Well, I'm glad we're sounding better. I'm glad we're sounding better, boy. I said I'd tell you. I'd tell you for real. Alright. Looks like we got our daily rewards for Arena. Been super helpful. Oh, well, I'm glad. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I kicked out a couple of videos. I did the Layer Solo, I did a couple of the Imperial Trooper Evasion Mechanic teams, and I did a Sideswipe team, which I feel like covers the base, and I think I put out a couple around which teams to build and stuff like that. And I feel like that's enough. So I'm excited to see what comes out in this new raid, which is partly the reason why we're looking to jump on these Gungans so quickly. Is so that I'll be able to put out content around how good are the Gungans, how do we actually get max score with the Gungans, what are the new raid army, what is it useful, yada, yada, yada. I'm doing really good, thanks, Binks. How you doing? Storm Pooper, what a great name. How you doing, buddy? You go back to the Layer Solo video every time we're on the raid? Hey, good stuff, man. I'm glad. A lot of people seem to do that, you know? I get a lot of comments each week about people saying, yep, I'm back here again looking at this video. I'm like, oh, well, thank you. I appreciate your continued use of my video. That's good. That keeps my video views up there. That keeps my videos up there. Sorry, I've just had a very odd comment on the stream that we just did. You can buy large roller casters to replace the ones most chairs come with. Some of them are so thin, if you had wood floor, that can shred it. I'm not sure what... Alright. Good times, good times. Oh my gosh. Sideswipe is the one you still watch every raid? Yeah, I mean the Sideswipe one is probably the most irritating one. Doing the GL Layer Solo by heart. Know every mood, can run it blindly. Same, dude. Same. Like, it's ingrained into my brain. I can just, like, I can go through it in my brain right now. Just, I mean, a lot of it, it's very simple and straightforward. The only part that's different is, like, the final wave, basically. That's easy money. Easy money. Money, 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 money. So yeah, today we are going to be doing roster reviews. Isn't that wonderful? We're going to be doing roster reviews today. I'm hoping to raise some money to help me whale on them Gungans. We're currently looking to raise about an extra £90 at the moment to help us at least get a head start on Tarpals. Now, roster reviews are not by any means mandatory to pay for. I take on all roster review requests. It's just if you donate a minimum of £5 directly to PayPal, you get to be put on the priority list, so you get to go first, essentially. Well, first as far as, you know, ahead of those that don't donate. There'll still be a list of that. Now, we have a couple from last week that we still need to catch up on, so I am going to be shouting them out first to see if they're in the chat so we can get their roster reviews done. But shortly, I will be taking on roster reviews, so get ready to put your names in. If you are going to consider donating, First of all, thank you very much. And second of all, make sure you do it directly through Twitch with a notification of your ally code so I can follow you. Hey, Wolfie, thanks you for the 420, but... Hello, please can I can review? New player, need direction. Wolfie. Wolfie with the 420. Biddies. Lady Biddy committee today. You're not a new player, damn it. You've been playing longer than I have. Hey, Ethan, how you doing, bro? Get Gungans and you win Swugger. That is, I'm pretty certain that is the rule, right? So we'll be wailing on. I'm assuming it's going to be Tarples next. We'll be wailing on him when his event goes live. Assuming it's going to be next week. I'm thinking they're probably going to be doing these marquees every other week. Might not. Maybe we'll see Tarples this week. If we get a kit reveal in the next couple of hours, then we know he's coming this week. But I doubt it. I don't think CG is going to be pushing him out quite that quickly. Damn it, I thought I had him. I know, right? So when it comes to starting off the roster reviews, you'll see in the bottom right corner of the screen, I've got a little logo that says roster reviews closed. That means I'm not taking on any additional ally codes. If it looks like this and it says open, you can consider putting your ally code down and I'll add you to the list. Boop, 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 boop. Just like that, guys. Just like that. Looks like we have almost the same GP. You're 11.23 and I'm at 11.22. Ooh, Kyle, we are very close. I am indeed. What am I at? What am I at? I am at 11.232994, baby. That's my current GP. Been playing the game nearly 6 years. 5 years and 8 months, I think I've been playing. Which is nice. Which was nice. Generic Insults. It's another good name. Welcome to the tribe, buddy. Thank you. One thing I did notice earlier this week, must have been yesterday, is that I've actually broken through 2,000 followers on Twitch. I was like, sick. I got 2,000 people watching me on Twitch. That's sick. Well, not actually people watching me, but people followed me on Twitch. 2,000, that's a nice round number. I'm happy about that. We've broken 10k on YouTube, which is nice. I think we're not too far from 11. Thanks, Roy. You broke them all. I broke them all into tiny little bits. And it's rather lovely. She's a scoundrel, right? Dash line up, dope. Can confirm he broke you. Well, I mean, that's how I... Do me! Saoirse, that sounds mildly suggestive. Be careful with that. Welcome back, JBP. Or are you saying, welcome back to me, because I had to shut down the stream because of audio issues. Audio issues that continue to hound my very soul. Yeah. That is how it goes. So yeah, those of you that missed it earlier, we did finally, after many, many attempts, get our Dark Trooper Moff Gideon Kron. I'm very happy about it. Where is he? He's somewhere. There he is. We finally got one. After 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 attempts plus 4 rerolls in total. 12 attempts. We finally got a DTMG Kron right before lock-in of this new week of GAC. Going back to 5v5. And the funny thing is like, hey, Cleaningham. What a great name. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the tribe. Like, I can't use Krennic because he's Relic 4. I can't use IPD because he's like Gear 9. I can't use Shore Trooper because he's like Gear 8. So, most of these I can't properly use. I can use the Death Trooper one, but why would I when I've got DTMG? Big sad. And I don't have the Biggs Kron either, and I can't re-roll this without spending crystals, and we need all of our crystals for the aforementioned Gungans that we're looking to whale on. So, gotta save all of those crystals, baby. I know what I mean. I know what you mean. Do I, though? I think you place too much faith in me. What do we have to do to get a review? Sell one soul? Join an infinite queue? Exactly, Saoirse. All of those things. Sell me your soul. Write over the rights to all of your internal organs. And, yeah, join a really long queue. Every one of those things is correct. You need to take Biggs to R5 now for his Kron. Doing it now. Thank you, Saoirse. Appreciate you. Yeah, I wanted Biggs's Cron. I think my Biggs is Relic 5. Or is that... Ooh, actually, it could be Wedge that's Relic 5. Yeah, my Biggs is Relic 3, so he would need some extra loving anyway. The roster reviews queue isn't open just yet. As soon as I hit this button, bloop, then it'll be open and I'll start taking ally codes. Before we begin, though, I do have a number of people that had premium reviews carry over, so that we didn't get to before because either they'd left or we had to finish the stream. So I've got Phi Mock, Ethan Smith, Veeth we actually did, I believe, and Brian Erland, as well as Maticus from yesterday's stream. So they are the priority ones at the moment. And I will be taking on additionals soon. Let's just get this over here. Not over there, you douche. Over there. That's where I want it to be. Lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. Yes, sell your soul. Just wait for Scribe to open the queue and then you can enter your ally code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pin a chat link to the PayPal page for anybody that wants to get on the priority list. Minimum of £5 donation if you want to be on the priority list, guys. And I will get you guys done. So let me get that first. Un momento, por favor. Let's just go ahead and do this and then pin that message until the end of stream. There we go. I'm not sure if I can pin messages on YouTube's chat. I'm still unfamiliar with YouTube streaming. Can I pin my own messages? I can. Lovely. There we go. Oh, Chris, thank you so much for a £5 donation. Thank you so much, dude. All right, so I'm going to open up. Thank you, Chris. That's very kind of you, mate. Let me know if you actually wanted to get on the roster reviews, but very much appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much. So I've opened up the roster reviews, guys. If you would like to give me ally codes, I will write you down into the list. As we said before, if you want to get on the priority list, you make a donation through PayPal. The chat link is linked up in the... is pinned in the chat section over there. Minimum £5 will get you on that priority list. I'll try to get through everybody on that priority list today. Otherwise, just give me your ally code. I'll add you to a list, and we're just going to go through sequentially until we run out of patience, time, or life. So let me know. Chuck your ally codes in the chat, pretty please, ladies and gentlemen. And I will start capturing them. I'm going to start capturing those ally codes. So I need your ally code, and preferably give me a name. But that's about it. Okay, Sersha. We've got one for Sersha. We've got Ajunta Paul. Ajunta Paul, who is 199593737. Ajunta Pal. How's I not the first, despite of all that hullabaloo? Because Ajunta Paul got the message in before you. 259924963 Darth 2. Boop boop boo, boop boop boo boo boo. Darth 2. Thank you so much. Hello, Morens. How you doing today, buddy? Scribe also streams to YouTube, so this... Whoa, my days, I'm just smacking my mic around. No wonder I get audio issues if I'm treating my audio equipment so rabidly. Like I said, guys, get your ally codes in the chat. Did you say the one I got from yesterday? Ethan, yes, you are already on the priority list, my friend. You're one of the carried over priority lists. So I have you over here. I'll just need your ally code, Ethan. Yeah? Because I didn't get your ally code yesterday. We've got Darth 2 over there. You gotta be quick. 364-713-721, and that's Moraine's. 11. Smack my mic up, whack my mic up. 279 353 843, and that's do 13. I like to see it. Can I lurk? Of course. Is it possible to ping? Well, I'll shout out your name. I'll shout out your name. Do 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 do. Boom, boom, doom, 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 doom. Scribe will yell at you. I will yell at you at the top of my lungs. Or like I'll go. Sasha. Oh, we missed Sasha. That's how it'll go. All right. I'm giving you fair warning. Fair warning. That's how it is. That is how it is. That is how we do. Alrighty. Anybody else that wants to join in on the roster reviews before we get started? We get started with Ethan once he gives us his ally code, and I don't think he's given it to us yet. And whether or not Chris actually wants to have his have a roster review as well. Did we get Dion? No, we did not. Oh, yes, we did. Yes, we did. We got Dion. But can you what? Sasha, I'm streaming, dude. Like, let me just go over into Discord and ping you there. All right, cool. So, Ethan, are you around, buddy? Ethan, are you here? Reviews day. It is Caesar. How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for your ally code there. I shall add you to the list. And that is Caesar Rip. Caesar Rip. Get all this down. Get all this down. Jump on it. Get down on it. Currently finishing levy, then pushing... You still haven't given me your ally code, dude. I can't look at your roster without your ally code. Hey, what's going on, Alex? How do you get on these reviews around here? Just put your ally... Okay, so, Rebel, you can put your ally code in the chat with your name. I'll add that to a list, okay? List will go into an order of first come, first served. If you go through my PayPal and you donate a minimum of £5, I put you up on the priority list. So you go to the top of the list, essentially, you know, just behind anybody else that happens to have been on the priority list. And we go from there. That's literally it. That's literally it, Rebel. There should be a link pinned inside the chat if you want to get on that priority list. It's okay, no need to review my roster. Thanks, we'll let the others have a go. Ah, you're very kind and generous, Chris. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Ethan. Right, we've got Ethan's ally code 695715439. No, that's Rebel, sorry. Ethan is 676689872. That did work, buddy. We got you. We got you. Sometimes I think it's in YouTube. You have to put those X's in between, otherwise it gets blocked. And then we've got Rebel as well. Let's get Rebel RX in there. Rebel RX. Who's on the list? Who's on a list now? Yeah, you're on my list, Bazinga. Hey, what's going on, Ash? How you doing? It's called a register now. Yep. Exile over here. Absolutely. 671255295. The Exile. Must be a KOTOR 2 fan. Alright, okay, cool. So I'm just gonna close these roster reviews just for now because we've got a list of how many? We've got a list of about 10 people so far. Well, 7 people so far, and we also have Ethan to go through. Ethan is the first person on the priority list. We're gonna try and get through to him. Ethan did put in some messages for me. What did he say? Currently finishing up Leviathan, then pushing for Inquisitors. And how can I help you with this, Ethan? What would you like? What advice would you like to have? If this is your account, let me know. He, not him. Way of the Mandalore, 9.6 mil. Is this your account then, Ethan? I don't think so, Moraines. I don't think so, because the Qui-Gon Jinn we have in the game is literally Phantom Menace. Did I play KOTOR 2? I played a little bit. So if this is our good lad, Ethan, sounds like a magician. Is this your account? Is this your account? That's me. Miss are lacking because the Rey and Kylo bundles. Miss are lacking. Miss are lacking. Miss are lacking because the Rey and Kylo bundles. They were the only GLs I didn't have. Padawan Obi and Captain Panaka, mods are lacking. Gotcha. Padawan Obi and Captain Panaka, I 100% think are coming. I do think that they will. It makes a heck of a lot of sense to get those two. All right. Okay. So 9.6 mil. Looks like you're only. Oh no, you've got everybody apart from Leia, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you're just missing Leia as far as GLs are concerned, unless you have got her unlocked and just not geared. Let's just take a quick look over here. No, okay, so I don't know if you're working towards GL Leia at the moment, Ethan. Wondering when you should go for Aphra. Are Inquisitors the obvious next step? Okay, yeah, we can answer those questions pretty quickly, Ethan. Those are pretty straightforward questions in general. Do you think CG will ever add Force Ghost versions of... I hope so. We actually talked about this last stream, Born. But I think that Force Ghosts should be a thing. I think Force Ghosts should be a thing, but implemented different to characters. I think they should more be like datacrons. Perhaps you can see them on the field, you can't directly interact with them, but they provide various buffs and stats to your teams when you have them. You have a good amount of progress to Leia, but wasn't your plan yet. Okay, cool. Go for Aphra 3 months ago, Wolfie's got it. Yeah, so basically, Aphra is not a priority for anybody, in my opinion. The only people that should be going for Aphra are those that are ready to wail on Gungans. Those that are ready to wail on Gungans, or those that have nothing else left to farm. Aphra is great and everything. Okay, she's really enjoyable, but usually when a DC Cron disappears, from what I've been told, I've never used her without it, is that her viability drops off quite a bit, and she just doesn't operate quite as well. Still good, just not amazing, right? With that in mind, you do not have Galactic Legend Leia, who is probably the most important, if not the second most important GL to have in anybody's roster, especially right now. Okay, I know that we're making that transition to a new raid, but that's probably still about 4 to 5 months out. Depending on how close you are to getting Galactic Legend Leia, you should probably still focus on her, knowing that most likely we're not going to see a GL at least until like Q3, Q4 of this year, which is still a while away. Okay, so your other question was, is Inquisitors a sensible farm next? And I would say yes. Inquisitors are incredible. You already have... You are a slacker, Ethan. My days. My days. Look, Ethan, you're just out here getting carried by your guild to a 7-star Reaver, and you haven't relicked your Inquisitors. That is just rude. Hey, Tom, how's it going, bro? That is just rude, mate. That is just rude. God damn. You don't even have Grand Inquisitor, but you've got Reaver. You are a freeloader, mate. You're a freeloader. Yes, Reaver is really good. Maybe you should consider getting her. More importantly, it does tie into a very good Chimera team as far as fleets are concerned. So it would give you additional viability as far as TW and GAC goes, offensively and defensively, considering what you can do with ships, right? Because that scythe is incredibly valuable, and it opens up additional counters for you. Apart from the fact that Reaver in general is a very good PvP and PvE team, does have variability in TB as well, if you care about trying to get combat missions done and stuff like that. They also do have a special mission in Phase 5, I want to say. Phase 4, Phase 5. But that does require a full R8 Inquisitorius team. I guess the real question is, should you be pushing to get your Reaver sorted before you get your Ray sorted? The problem with that, of course, is that is a lot of Kyrotech that could be going towards your Ray farm. Your Leia farm, sorry. I got her right when the GL bundles came out. Then I got Profundity. Gotcha. Why 5 months for the next raid? Ask CG. Ask CG Whiskey. They're the ones that said it's coming summertime. Summertime, as far as I'm aware, starts sort of like May, June. So 4 or 5 months makes sense to me. Moreover, it's like the raid is not going to drop before Queen Amidala is in the game and available to people. Yeah, that's just, they're not going to release a raid without all the characters that are available to play in that raid in the actual game. So we need to have 3 lots of conquests of the next lot of conquests. So that's 3 months plus. We've still got about a week left of this conquest. So it's a week left of this conquest, a 2-week wait. That's 3 weeks plus 3 months on top of it. basically 4 months from now, which would push us into the end of June, essentially, before we can realistically see this new raid. So, just timing-wise, that sort of makes sense to me. I imagine it will come out very soon after that, though. So, the question I was going to purport to you was, is it important for you to get your Inquisitorius up and running now before you start pushing for Leia? It's a tough question to ask. It's a tough question to answer, rather. You're so relic poor right now, and all my Kairos are going towards Cal Rex. Okay, so you're pushing towards Cal requirements as well. Cal is very useful. Cal gets you access to Zepho. Zepho is very, very good as far as rewards are concerned. You know, you get some extra Chirotech, you get some extra stars, which might give you, well, it'll give you extra crystals and stuff like that each month. And it gives you extra get 2? Or is it get 3 for the Zepho, the Braca mission to unlock Zepho? So absolutely, finish off your Cal Kestis, your Gen Knight Cal Kestis requirements. You know, Siege under that unaligned force user team is very, very good. With Malakos, if you've got the investment there. I don't see a Malakos in your account. So I'm assuming if you have got him unlocked, or rather if you have the shards for him, you just haven't unlocked him, that puts you in a position where you don't necessarily need to worry about trying to relic up that team just yet. So you could get these guys at gear 12. You know, you can get them to gear 12. Don't worry about pushing it too much further unless you really want to work on the Braca unlock mission for Zepho. Right now, as far as benefit to your guild is concerned, perhaps the Inquisitors are not the most important thing. But it is a little bit of a... You're in a tough spot as far as choices. You're in a tough spot when it comes to choices, because there are a number of directions you can go down. Right now, the current raid is a ticking time bomb. How much do you score in the current raid? Don't have Malakos, but you're close? Gotcha. Yeah, how much do you score in the speeder bike raid, Ethan? And what crate are your guild getting? You do about 5 million? Okay. Very under par? I mean, yeah, you could boost that quite heavily by just going after the GL layer. Like, anybody that's got GL layer should be able to hit 8 to 10 million. Late for roster reviews? I mean, we're going through them now, Jeremiah. We're going through them now. I've got a couple of premium ones that we need to go through. We're just doing this one so far, and then we've got standard people. Standard people that are on the list. You can add your name to it. I can't guarantee that we'll get through them all, but those on the premium list we're going to try and get through for sure tonight. Help us whale on Tarples. Close to the 424 million box. Oh my days, Ethan. Yeah, you need to... You don't like supporting your guild, do you, Ethan, mate? You don't like supporting your guild, do you, pal? Oh, dear me. So yeah, 424, divided that by 50. Should be getting that 8.5 mil. You know? Should be getting that 8.5 mil. It's a love-hate relationship. You love to be in it, they hate to have you. Something like that. You love them, they hate me. Yeah. As long as you understand that I'm saying this in jest. Obviously, I'm saying it in jest. But you, like, if you were improving your raid score, you'd be hitting that 424 mil, and that would be better for everybody in your guild and better for you yourself. Raid rewards are just phenomenal in this game. They're so very important. Getting Leia would easily push you over that. Leia herself is 2.7 mil. Although, now that CG have fixed the raid, you won't be able to use Leia's ultimate until you actually get her ultimate, which I think is kind of a stingy thing to do, truth be told. Hey, Ty Guy, thank you so much for the $9.99. Hope you're having a great day. Getting Inquisitors and then Bane. Malgus, don't know what to go after that. Thank you very much. Ty, did you go through a super chat there, or was that through the pinned link? I appreciate you, but try and make sure, guys, you go through the Twitch, the PayPal donation link rather than through YouTube, yeah? Thank you very much, Ty. I do appreciate you. I'll just go ahead and grab that. And I'll add you to that priority list there. 259. Thank you so much, Ty. I really appreciate you. Really appreciate that, man. Getting Inquisitors, then Bane and Malgus, and don't want to go after that. Okay, no problem. We will get to you after this roster review. Good stuff. Thank you so much, dude. No, all good, man. All good, man. Thank you. Should just plug my code in and wait. Yep, that's exactly how you do it, buddy. Jeremiah, thank you so much for your ally code. I'll take that, and I'll add you to the list. I will add you to the list. Jeremiah. So, this is really going to come down to you now, Ethan. It's going to come down to you. I can give you your options about where you could invest. You can invest in Cal and Seer. Get them to Relic 7 to help your guild unlock Zepho, if Zepho is something that your guild is pushing for. Clearly, your guild doesn't need you to get Inquisitors in order to get Reaver. The only thing you're bringing to the table there is additional viability in Territory Wars, as well as some additional Shard Shop currency each time you do TB. Yeah. Apart from that, if you were to push 4 layer as a farm, you'd be able to massively increase your score in the raid. Easily 8 to 10 million is where you'd probably be landing, just at a basic level of investment. And that would help push your guild to the next box, and it will give you better rewards in the long run, as well as give you an extra GL, finish up all your GL farms along the way. That is, in my opinion, the best way you can go. The other benefit to going Inquisitors is, of course, it gives you that additional fleet counter with Chimera, because if you have the Scythe, I don't know if you've got the Scythe blueprints to get that thing to 7 stars, but if you have that, it gives you a very good counter to Leviathan with the Chimera. Okay? Now, personally, I would like to recommend you get Leia just to finish off your GLs. Okay? Like, Leia in general is still very good, even without that Drogon Kron. She's very good defensively, she's very good offensively. Might not be the best on banners in certain scenarios, but still very, very useful to have in your roster, and probably better than going off for stuff like Dr. Aphra. You have the Scythe, that's the main reason I wanted to go Inquisitors first, so you can counter Leviathan. Right now, you have no hope. Alright, let's check out your fleets. Your fleets. 5-star on the Profundity, 7-star on the Executor. Yeah. You don't have the Leviathan yourself. It probably does make sense. The only problem with going Inquisitors is they're incredibly Cairo heavy, and that's going to be, you know, a lot of characters that you're going to have to take to, at minimum, Relic 5. Relic 7 would be better, obviously, gives you better reliability, but I don't think it's actually necessary as far as taking on that counter. Hey, what's going on, Steve-O? You have Scythe, that's the main reason I wanted to go Inquisitors first. Yeah. Check for Bad Batch Marauder. Yeah, sure. Let's have a look. Galactic Republic. 6 stars on the Bad Batch Marauder, and Bad Batch are Relic 5. That can counter Leviathan. It's... The funny thing... The Negotiator counter... Oh, nice. Relic 9 on your GK as well. The funny thing about the Galactic Republic Negotiator counter to Leviathan is... I find it is less reliable than the Chimera counter. However, as a 2-tap, it's more reliable. So the Negotiator counter with the Marauder, I feel, almost guarantees a 2-tap against the Leviathan if it doesn't clear it in the first go. Whereas the Empire counter with Chimera has a higher chance of 1-tapping, but if it doesn't 1-tap, it doesn't put you in a great position to clear up. That's usually my experience. Do you need Relic Plo for it? No, you don't. Yours the sad batch. So, yeah. It's almost 7 stars. Good stuff. Is there a Relic or 69 Cup? We'll have to find out, FN. We'll have to find out. So, right now, I would say that this is probably actually your best counter to Leviathan. If you haven't done it before, definitely check it out. But your Plo is as geared as mine is. Like, Plo is used there for the reinforcement. It's not necessary. It's nice. You start off with Marauder. You throw in Snips and Anakin, and you essentially stealth Anakin at the start. Snips gets isolated. Then you call in with Plo to gain some additional turn meter, and you just blow through things. It's better, obviously, with the 7-star Marauder, so you get additional damage output, survivability, and stuff like that. But it should still work, at least to a degree where you'll be able to cripple that Leviathan fleet, and then go in and clean up with a Holdo or something like that. Let's actually see. Do you have Comeuppance? You do have a 5-star Comeuppance. That's probably enough, truth be told, because the rest of them are still up and kicking. No Relic Plo. Relic Plo is needed for the Executor counter, not Leviathan. Exactly. Plo works well as a mock tank in some battles. Same for Ahsoka under the Leviathan counter. Indeed. I'm not saying that Plo's bad. I'm just saying that he's not needed for the Leviathan counter. That's all. So yeah, consider it. Consider it. I would definitely be running that negotiator counter right now if you're struggling with Leviathans in particular. Check out a couple of YouTube videos on it. Learn the counter. It should at least put you in a position where you can 2-tap. You have to research Nego versus Leviathan and give it a shot next time. Definitely, Ethan. Try it out in your fleet arena. It's pretty reliable. It's pretty reliable. Okay, so the main thing is don't go for Afra. Okay, Afra is like she's nice, but she's not worth it. She's very much a luxury farm to do when you don't have anything else to do, especially with her datacron disappearing. So, yeah. Holdo the Forbidden One. Indeed, Roy. Indeed. Anything else that you want to discuss with me today before we move on? Overall, 9.6 mil. You're only missing AGL. You're in a really strong position. Sure, I would like to see maybe... like, you've obviously started pushing for Leviathan because you've got Darth Revan and Darth Malak at Relic 9. What's holding you back on the Levy farm? Sith Empire, got Malgus. Is it... I mean, you got the Fury class interceptor as well. How bad are your mods? I'll do a mod run for you, mate. We'll have a look. I'll have a look and see. Mod score. Let's take a look. Grab that. Ally code. Let's take a look at your mods, Ethan. Here are Ethan's mods. Boop. Alright. It's not terrible, dude. Obviously, I would like to see, like, an extra 2 on this mod score, but I've seen far worse. Yes, you need a little bit more on the upper end, a little more in the middle, but you obviously know how to mod farm, and you said yourself that you bought 2 Lightspeed bundles, which probably upped your average GP by, I don't know, 300,000 to 400,000 GP, maybe, getting those 2 extra GLs and those 2 fleets all at relic levels, depending on how much investment you already had and that sort of thing. So that probably inflated your GP quite quickly and decreased your mod score a little bit, but you just need to keep working on them, dude. Keep working on them. You only need some relics to be ready for Leviathan. Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Unfortunately, the Leviathan is a capital ship that really benefits from being 7 stars. So unless you're going to start whaling crystals to get him to 7 stars, at first, until you get him to 7 stars, he's going to be a little bit underpowered, but you'll get there. Hey, our Cooks, how you doing, bro? Good to see you. Nice try. That's bait. Super easy. Ahsoka, Dispel Tank, Nego, Mass Assist, Dagger. Yeah, the counter is actually really straightforward. It's really straightforward. It gets messy. It's not like a clean counter, but you can usually at least get rid of, you know, the TIE Dagger or the Sith Fighter, whatever is in that starting lineup. That's the big threat, you know. You unlock Jabba, Rey, and Kylo in a 4-month period, and I'm hurting for it. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. But yeah, your mods aren't terrible, dude. Your mods aren't terrible. Yes, they need more love. Just make sure you're triple refreshing your mod energy. Make sure that you're checking through the mod store every refresh to see if there's any good mods. Buy them out. And then it's all about leveling up, slicing, rolling, dicing, calibrating, all that good business. You know how it is. How to run a Megabot. Any Discord server that has a Megabot, there's one in my Discord server. So if you want to be able to test it out, you can use it there. I will send you a link now to my Discord server. Jump in there and head over to the C3PO bot channel. You'll be able to type in /mod score and then just put in your ally code and you'll be able to run something like this. Alright. Thai chicken with dip and sauce tomorrow for sure. I'll have some more cooks. Pretty pleased, buddy. Sounds sweet and spicy. Yeah, so pretty good, dude. Pretty good. You've got a solid roster. I like it. Hopefully I've given you some insight on where you can develop and what to go for next. Personally, I would like to place a lot more emphasis on trying to get GL Leia, but Inquisitors is a sensible choice all the same. It will round out your fleet, especially if you're slowly pushing towards Leviathan. Now, Gungans are obviously something that you're going to have to consider. Everybody has to think about Gungans on the radar, because in 4 or 5 months' time, we're changing over raids, and the sooner you're able to jump on and get a good score in that raid, the better off everybody's going to be. Yeah? So that's my bit of advice for today. Anything else I can do for you, Ethan, buddy? Thanks for the follow, by the way, Russell. Appreciate you, dude. Oops, I keep hitting my mic. It's getting abused. Your goal is to finish Levy, get Layer and Quiz up before the new raid hits. Sounds like a plan? Sounds good to me, bro. Sounds good to me. Good business, good business. All right, let me get my list back up. Thank you so much, Ethan, for your support. Alrighty. So, Ty Guy, are you around, buddy? You are on the priority list. You are on the priority list and you are looking for a review. You are here. Okay, great. Let's get you in. Let's get you in, brother. What oh, actually, you gave me a little bit of information. Getting Inquisitors, then Bane and Malgus. Don't know where to go after that. Anything else that you want me to look at or discuss with you? You said you're doing Inquisitors, Bane, Malgus, then you don't know. And this looks like your account. Ty Guy. Makes sense. 6.5 mil. Nice. Good job, dude. Good job. Getting Bane at 6.5. Good business, man. Every time you say Ethan, there's an Ethan. Plays in my head and... There's an Ethan? He is my boyfriend. People are gonna clip that, aren't they? Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Mods. What about mods in particular, my friend? I don't know which characters need the most speed. Oh dear me. Okay. I mean that's a very broad thing. You can basically say everyone needs the most speed. Most part 90%, but we'll take a look. We'll take a look and see. All right, okay, 6.5 million. We've got Slacker, we've got C, we've got Ray, who's missing her ult at the moment. Oh yeah. If you're not on the priority list but submitted ally code in a previous stream, are you still in the queue or is it reset? It's reset. It's reset, generic, just because it gets very messy otherwise. It gets very messy. I'll just have lists and lists and lists that I'll have to keep on going through and editing, so I just take on a new list every day. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to be shouting at sat here saying, is such and such here, is such and such here, is such and such here. You know, we often have well over 100 people in these streams. It could get very time consuming doing it that way. Okay, cool. So, Ty, you said you are finishing off Inquisitors. So let's take a quick look at your Inquisitors, see what sort of position you're in. Oh wow, okay, so Inquisitors is more of a you're getting started on Inquisitors. Getting Inquisitors, then Bane, sorry, and Malgus. Okay, fine. So, this Inquisitor farm is going to take you quite a while. I'm assuming this is a guild-mandated thing for you to do, right? Getting these Inquisitors up? You're thinking maybe JMK or Leviathan? Your guild wants them. That's totally fine. If, like... I can always respect when a guild is asking members to farm certain things. Things like getting Inquisitors so everybody can start getting Reaver is a big push for someone at 6.5 million because this is a very expensive team to gear up. And until you actually get Reaver, it's not exactly the best team in the world. So it's a big ask, it's a big investment, but it's a worthwhile one. Okay, so we're going to say that this is definitely your priority farm. You've just got to finish this. Things like Bane and things like Malgus are good to have, and they'll come in due course. Are you actually red boxing and getting Bane this first time round? You can see you've got C at least, so that's a good thing. Gold crating. So you, and are you buying the pass? Welcome back, Sergio. So you're probably not, you won't be getting Bane this time, but you may be getting him at the 4th time, maybe the 5th time. So, you know, maybe the next conquest you'll unlock him. You'll have him in 2 months. Okay, cool. So 2 more conquests and you'll have Bane. That gives you plenty of time. Well, I say that, plenty of time. Inquisitors unfortunately require a heck of a lot of chirotech, and depending on your crystal income and whether or not you spend or any of that business, this could take a significant amount of time. But that's okay. So yeah. Focus down on these guys, get them all up to Relic 5, as you're going to need to do that in order to get GI and then start working on Reaver. Let's take a look at your fleet. Take a look at your fleet. This will give us the best indicator of how and where to develop your roster. Okay. So, I can see we've got 7 stars on Negotiator and Malevolence. That's nice. 5 stars on the Executor. That's perfectly operatable at 5 stars, truth be told. but no Profundity, no Leviathan, and that kind of makes sense for where your roster's at. We do have 5-star Finalizer, 5-star Radus, obviously, and a 7-star Chimera, although we don't have the Empire ships to really support it, because no GI. I like that you're working on your TIE Defender and on your Iden Versio. That's good, because this is just a phenomenal ship, even if you can't get the most use out of this fleet just yet. Alrighty, okay, so should you be pushing for additional fleets? You have 3 GLs, even if one of them is missing currently. You're working on Inquisitors. I feel like... How's your Scythe farm? How's your Scythe farm? GI's ship. Because if you've got 140 shards, okay, so you're still like 190 shards away from unlock. Just grabbing a drink real quick. So yeah, the Scythe unlock is still going to take you quite a while. You have one of the GL ships, as it were, which is probably going to carry you a little bit, but really more so than GLs, I would probably try to focus on getting another one to round out your fleet. So let's get rid of Empire. The only other option, obviously, I wouldn't recommend necessarily going in for Leviathan, just because it's a double Relic 9 investment. You need to have things like Malgus, which you said you're finishing off now, but if you don't have him now, you might not have the Fury class Interceptor, yada yada yada. Could be a really long farm. Let's just have a look at your Rogue One, see what sort of position they're in. Okay, so basically uninvested right now. What about your Bad Batch? I'm just trying to think of how you can best get use out of your fleet. Yeah, your Bad Batch are not really invested. Halfway there. With a lot of Zetas on. I would try to avoid doing this sort of thing. Unless you're going all the way in on a team. Particularly something like Bad Batch as well. I'd recommend not sort of trying to gear them up to like Gear 8, Gear 9. Throw a bunch of Zetas on and then leave them. You either relic them or don't. Basically, relic them or don't invest in them. Otherwise, you'll find a hard time trying to actually finish any of your farms. You'll be sort of halfway to nowhere on a bunch of your farms, and it won't work out well for you in the long run. Rhodium 1, 10 months or 5 if you buy Conquest Pass Plus. Yeah, unfortunately, the Bad Batch are very, very Cairo heavy. It's 1,600 Kairos just to get Bad Batch without Omega to Gear 13. It's not a fun process at all. You bought the Radis pack. Congrats, Sop. And I'm doing well today. How are you doing, buddy? Hey, Striker. We're in the same bracket in GAC last season. I was really hoping we'd match up. Oh, were we, Striker? Ah, I'm sorry we didn't match up. How did you get on? How did you get on, buddy? Okay. Cool. So. Let me just go back over to Ty over here. Don't know where to go after that. Yeah, okay, fine. I find it tricky to recommend you go all in on Radus, but it is something that I would consider for you. Just because getting Malgus and getting Revan and Malgus up to Relic 9 is a bit of a big ask to push for Leviathan, and honestly, Leviathan before 7 stars is not phenomenal, it's just okay, whereas Profundity at 4 or 5 stars is actually still a pretty damn good fleet and makes a real difference when it comes to TW and GAC. So I like to try and recommend people go in that direction. How do you fare in Fleet Arena? Let's actually have a look, see where you land in Fleet Arena. Are you able to climb? 30th at the minute? Why aren't you using Executor? Why aren't you using Executor, buddy? Got R5, R5, R5. What's your BAM looking like? R2. Okay, he could use a little bit of loving. Sometimes... Oh, you just trying it out. Fair enough. Okay. Are you able to climb into the top 10, or is it just too overloaded with like Leviathans and Profundities? You went 7 and 2 for the season, so you did okay. Nicely done, buddy. I'm not sure what my ending up score was. I don't think it was 7 and 2. I went 3 and 0 in the last week. Only sometimes. Okay, yeah. So that should be, honestly, I think this applies to basically any account in the game at any point. If you're not getting into the top 10 or into the top 5 of Fleet Arena, Fleet should be your focus. I might be crazy, but I think that makes sense. The crystal rewards and the crystal payout that you get from Fleet help advance the rest of your roster. Yeah? Getting 400 crystals a day is a hell of a lot. It's better than being in Kaiba 1 every day. You know? Like, almost twice as good. I'm now top 200, which means you're going to get your ass handed to you. Oosh. Oosh. Your top 10 is nothing but levies? Yeah. You and your set can only do so much. Oh, you can still climb. You can still climb. If you've got, you know, Negotiator or Chimera. Largely depends on Fleet Shard. Of course it depends on Fleet Shard. But so it doesn't matter what fleets are in the Fleet Shard. What matters is the attitude of the Fleet Shard, right? If you're in a very exclusory Fleet Shard where people are they've built up a mafia and don't let anybody climb, that's an issue. That's an issue, and that sucks, and there's no real solution for that. You can try and message people and ask to be added to the Fleet Shard to, you know, see if you can climb, see if you can be cognizant of other people's payouts and not knock other people down and stuff like that. And honestly, the best way to do it is to kiss ass. Don't be the jackass trying to snipe people at payouts. Don't do that unless you want to make your life miserable. All right? I'm on an executive Fleet Shard, top 1 every day. Yeah. It's like, beating a ship is not the hard part. Countering a fleet is not the difficult part of climbing in Fleet Arena. That's why I'd recommend everybody tries to do it. Your Fleet Shard is dead other than the top 20, and I'm co-creator of the Shard, so I had a good time when I came back. Yeah, my Fleet Shard is very dead. I think there's about 15 active people in it. It's great. You still win 4 out of 5 with the Profundity. Nice. So yeah, I think if you're not getting into the top 10, top 5 first in Fleet Shard, your focus should always be Fleet. Always be Fleet. Because it gets the best payouts in the game, as far as crystal rewards are concerned, and it ties over into GAC and TW performance. So having good ships wins GAC matches, wins you additional crystals, makes your life easier. Should always be people's focus. So I want to say that if you have capacity after finishing off your Inquisitors, make sure you're working on finishing off that Scythe, so you give yourself the Chimera counter so you can beat levies on defense. Make sure you try and get, well, I don't really want to recommend the actual Negotiator counter because that's a big investment in your bad batch, but definitely try and push out for the Profundity, because the Profundity is a fantastically efficient capital ship to have. Even at low stars. Even at low stars, the Profundity works. Your Fleet Shard is really active. That's why you're doing Levy next. Makes sense, Cammy. In my Shard, Mafia is well entrenched and we occupy the top at all times. I see. Fight for your place, and once they contact you, play nice to get in? Yeah. Look, if you can prove to a Fleet Shard that you can climb, then they need to either acknowledge you or constantly knock you down. If they start knocking you, particularly at payout times, just message someone in your Fleet Shard. Be like, hey, is there a Fleet Shard and can I join? It's as simple as that. If they say yes, great, your life is easier. If they say no, unfortunately your life is hard. That sucks, but there's nothing we can do about it. The only thing I recommend is just don't be a jackass. Don't make it easy for them to exclude you. Like that's the biggest thing, right? I played nice before they contacted me, and they kept ignoring me. Yeah. I've never been able to find mine. Not every fleet has got a shard, like a shard chat. Not every Fleet Shard does. Some of them are actually just quiet, you know. They'll want to invite you, though, if you keep messing with their payout. Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, they will talk to you. But when I say don't be a jackass, I'm not saying don't climb. I'm saying if they talk to you, or whenever you message them, don't start ribbing them. Don't start, don't hold them hostage and be like, oh, if you don't add me to the fleet shard, I'll knock you out all the time. Don't do that. Just say, show your interest that you want to join. You want to be cognizant of other people's payout. Just make it an attractive perspective to have you in the shard chat. People quit playing, so the chat's dead. Yeah, my fleet shard chat literally closed down because nobody was using it. It was that dead. So yeah. Yep. Only climb during your playout, don't climb after it. Pretty much, yeah. Ty, I would recommend it, yes. Unless you are quite happy to do twice as many Relic 9s. Relic 9 is a really big investment, and you'd have to do DR and you'd have to do Darth Malak. I mean, they're both good Relic 9s, better than an R9 Adrad, for sure. But that's still 2 Relic 9s and a Relic 8 and a bunch. It's a really heavy investment for a ship that doesn't really pay off until it's 7 stars. Before it comes 7 stars, the Leviathan is just an okay fleet. It's still good, don't get me wrong, but I feel like the Profundity is lower hanging fruit and operates better out of the get-go. Got a Final Fantasy VIII fan in the chat. Nice one, brother. I wish they could move crystals from fleet into GAC or somewhere so people can't form mafias. It still remains to be seen what they're going to do with that. Still remains to be seen. It annoyed me when they removed Squad Arena shards because I ended up being worse off for crystals. But because I was hitting first in Squad Arena every single day, and that is such a 500 crystals every day was a huge benefit that I was having over other people. And I was like, wow, this is really, really good. And then it just got stripped away, and then I got left with crumbs. I was like, oh god. But there we go. Yeah. Okay, so I would recommend going for Profundity after Inquisitors. You don't have to. You can go for Leviathan if you want. Like Relic 3, you had a couple of Relic 3 characters, I believe, on your Sith. Relic 3, Relic 5. It's still okay. You'd still need to get quite a bit more here. Relic 7 on the Marauder is nice as well, truth be told. You can push for it. It's just, you're going to have to do 2 Relic 9s instead of 1. And Profundity does give you a couple of things, because it gives you an Adrad team. An Adrad team in the current meta is actually pretty good. And you also get to work on your Phoenix team as well, because you'll get, oh, okay, well, actually, you're only 2 Relic levels away from Hera as well. So 2 Relic levels from her, and she's one of the requirements for Profundity done. It's a shame you don't have Captain Rex up and running, because you could actually make use of this Phoenix team. It's not about mafias, it's more about everyone getting max crystals. Pretty much, Squall. Pretty much, dude. I mean, that's always been the approach that my fleet shard used to take, was it's a case of we're there to help people get good rewards, not have anybody have to spend more time climbing in Fleet Arena or Squad Arena than is necessary. This is definitely a Lightspeed bundle Phoenix. Yeah. Definitely. Nobody just takes all of the Phoenix up to Relic 3 for fun. That's just a Lightspeed bundle for sure. If you think they removed crystals from Arena so you could feel better, you probably need to wake up. They did this to have more control of the crystals. Absolutely, BCA. Absolutely, they did. The removal of crystals from Squad Arena was not in the interest of the player base. What they did essentially was create inflation for crystals. They've devalued crystals by giving out so many more, because on average they've largely increased the amount of crystals that everybody gets in general, compared to how it was before, where people would get first in Squad Arena and get 500 crystals a day. Instead, they've dispersed that amongst the player base, and that's done is they've put most players on a more even base of earnings for crystals, which means the only way for those players to continue advancing at the pace that they used to if they were in the top of squad arena was to buy crystals. That's it. Like, they're giving more so players can do more, but then, you know, comparatively to your peers, it's very difficult to get any kind of advantage over anybody now when it comes to crystal income. The only way we can do it at the minute is through Fleet Arena, getting to the top of Fleet Arena and performing very, very well in GAC. But of course, everybody is performing well in GAC comparatively around you, right? So it's a very clever move by CG. It's very clever. The income is less for people who used to get first. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you're still winning 50% of the matches, the income is less, but not by a lot. Not by a lot. Because of how much you earn from being in Kaiba 1 and how much you earn from winning. So if you like winning just over 50% of the time, you're actually about even keeling with first. But it's like the comparative difference to how you would be performing otherwise is different. It absolutely helped the vast majority of the player base. Well, I would say it definitely gave more crystals out to the vast majority of the player base. Definitely. But what it did do is devalue crystals. So, what do I think about pushing for JMK? Personally, no. Right now, the priority order for getting a GL should be, is it the featured raid GL? So in this case, Leia, or is it Jabba? Jabba and Leia are the two most valuable GLs in the game, simply because Leia is the featured GL raid character. Getting her will boost your score in the GL in the speeder bike raid by like 8 million. And I know we're moving raids in about 4 or 5 months. I know, but right now we're using what exists in the world currently, right? And she's also she's just as capable as JMK as far as PvP content is concerned. Plus, JMK needs Cat. If you don't have Cat, there's no point having JMK. If it's not Leia, then it should be Jabba. Jabba is just so valuable in PvP, just as good as JMK, just as good as Leia, just as good as any other GL in a PvP environment, but also gives you access to Smuggler's Run 2, which is the best way of developing your mods, because it gives you access to a ridiculous amount of mod calibration materials, essentially. Yeah. So if you don't have those two GLs, one of those two GLs should be your next priority. Yeah. JMK is perfectly good. He's a great raid character. He's a great TB character. He's a great GL in general. But like I said, you definitely need to have Cat in order to make use out of him. And there's no real reason to get him over any other GL. Right? There's no real reason. Going a week without crystals from GAC, win-loss, gets a bit rough. Yeah. For a lot of players, the inconsistency of crystal income is the same problem the current flux between GAC payouts and the off-week. Yeah. You do have Cat, but that makes sense. And the thing is if you've got Cat already, if you already have Commander Ahsoka Tano, you can use her under a Padme lead and still beat things like JMK. So, that's still very good use of Cat. Still very good use of Cat. If you don't want to use Cat under Padme lead, you could throw your Cat under your Rey. Cat and Rey is horrendous. It's a really good team. So JMK, in my opinion, is like I'm not calling him a bad GL. He isn't. But everybody's consideration should be, in my opinion, do you have Leia? Do you have Jabba? Those two come first, in my book. Just because they bring so much more to your roster than JMK does. So have a think about that. I don't know what the position of your cartel is. Not a heck of a lot of investment there. Rebels. Yeah. You got some stars on Drogon, at least. You got some stars on Drogon. You got some stars on Captain Rex. You're, in some ways, closer to Leia. Obviously, Leia is going to disappear in 4 months' time. Well, no, she's not, sorry. The raid is probably going to disappear in 4 to 5 months' time. Right? So there is a time bomb on that. But she, even without that raid, she's still very useful. Just not more useful than Jabba. So, something to consider, good sir. Something to consider. Is there anything else? You said you wanted me to talk about mods, didn't you? Like, what characters should you have as your fastest? I mean, this seems to make a lot of sense to me. Having Piet fast, I mean, do you have an Imperial Trooper team? I mean, we've got Stark, we've got Veers, we've got Piet. You really need to get that Dark Trooper up. Yes, you're actually working towards Leia, which makes sense to me. Leia can beat all GLs. Yeah, Leia's good. Leia's a really good GL. She's a very good GL. Cat Ray is like putting several Conquest lifters with Lord Vader. Cat Ray is, yeah, kind of like that if you're talking about making it a really strong team. The consolidation of power is up to you whether you think it's worthwhile. Cat Ray is definitely valuable, but it still gets beat, obviously. Even Jabba with Bauschkron and Embocron in TW? Yeah. Oh, well, no, sorry. With the Bauschkron, you can beat Jabba with Leia. I wouldn't try it. Because you can you can just one-shot Bausch, and that makes it a lot more manageable with Drogon. So, you know, ignore the taunt, do the basic on Bausch, and kill her in a hit. And that makes it a lot more manageable, but it's still a messy match. The Embocron doesn't really matter so much, because if you strip away all their protection, get that captured mechanic, I'm pretty certain they can't gain any bonus protection at that point. So yeah, I like the fact that you got some Imperial Troopers over here. Having a fast Piet really, really helps there. So sort of talking about 360 plus, usually. 344. You're working on it. It's fine. You're in TW right now, and the enemy guild is full Jabba wall. Took out 2 with JMK Windu and Slacker, but I'm afraid to tempt with Leia. Yeah. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to go all the way out. My bad. My bad. So. I was going to check something. Oh, no. I was just going to check out speeds. Yeah. Piet being fast is good, and then you want to have characters like Darth Revan quick and Jedi Knight Revan pretty quick, based on your roster right now. Commander Ahsoka Tano, you have her fast, which kind of makes sense. What is she? 315? I think you definitely need to be working on your speed mods a bit more. I'm assuming the Lightspeed bundles gave you a lot of galactic power, so boosted up your GP before your mods could really catch up. But definitely look to farm some additional mods. Hey, what's going on, Killer? How you doing today, buddy? 309 speed on the DR. Yeah. I'd say the biggest concern is that your top speed drops off a little bit too quickly. 344 on your Piet is perfectly acceptable. I would like to see a bit faster, but obviously it takes time to build up mods. Mara Jade being quick is great. You know, especially, I don't think you'll have Starkiller right now, but having her fast to get that turn meter train rolling with Palpatine is very useful. Make sure you try not to neglect the potency too much. So, yeah, you got a potency mod here. If you could get a potency set on this as well, that would be ideal. Dash with no Zeta Omi? That doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, no Zeta is a choice, but no Omi for a roster of this size makes sense, because I doubt he would have Vandor. Yeah, Vandor Chewbacca is not there. Without Vandor Chewbacca, there's no point having that Dash Omi. I'm speaking from experience. Alrighty. Cool. Cool. Now, you could look to get your Resistance Hero Finn a little bit quicker. What is he looking at? 276. I'm not sure if you've got Zori yet. We'll check out Zori. If you haven't got Zori already, I would highly recommend getting Zori. Try to get this girl up to relics, just so you can start using datacrons with her. You've got Rey already. It's 1 unit to get yourself a very good second team out of your existing resistance. She really does make that big of a difference. You'll just want to throw her Omi on afterwards. Next R8 sub goal is on R9. Next R8 sub goal is R9 Vandor. Next sub goal is an R9 Vandor. Karth has decided, apparently, after we're done with Omega, which will be in about 3 months' time, we're pushing for Vandor. What's a good Raycon for your roster? So, it really depends. It really depends. I imagine, for where you're at, you're probably just going to be running a Resistance Rey team. So it'll be Rey with Rey, the Bag Bros, and probably someone like Holdo. That's not exactly an ideal Rey team. I'm never going to recommend you go in Rey with Jedi, because that's just going to break up all the rest of your squads, right? You know, we're talking like Rey with Jedi Knight Revan and Jedi Knight Luke. I don't even know if you have Jedi Knight Luke. You don't have Jedi Knight Luke right now. So really, you're probably just looking at Rey with the Bag Bros, with Holdo. Most likely, you might have... I mean, with the current datacron, with BAM, it's actually not too bad, but you'd need additional relic levels there. Yeah, I'm just having a look here. Yeah, you're better off just keeping a full resistance, I would say, right now. Based on what you have currently at relic levels, just going with the Bag Bros and Holdo and JTR. If you're facing off against certain things, it can be quite useful to go Rey, JTR, BB8, R2-D2, and then maybe a Bag Bro. Finn, usually. But that's a little bit more particular. Obviously, you do sacrifice yourself having an additional team with your resistance, but it's up to you whether or not that's worth it. With utilizing Zori as a team. Okay, so the Zori team, if we just go by resistance here, yeah. So the Zori team is an OG Finn lead. Where is he? OG Finn lead. You've got the Zeta on him, that's nice. With the Bag Bros. Then you would usually throw in like either Poe or you'd throw in Rose Tico and of course Zori Bliss. So if you're doing that, then your resistance team for Rey is going to have to be Rey with JTR, BB8, R2-D2, and then you just throw in one extra. Maybe Holdo. Maybe Holdo. She gives additional crit avoidance to Rey. Can be quite useful. If you had somebody like L3 as a tank, that would be quite useful if you had Sortie, but I don't think you do right now. Oh, you do have L3. Oh, you do have L3, so potentially L3 instead of Holdo. L3 is a pretty good tank. I can't imagine you've got Ben Solo right now, do you? No. If you had Ben Solo, obviously Ben would go in that team. He makes a massive, massive difference. If you had Cal Kestis, he could also go in that team. You can throw in Commander Ahsoka Tano, but if we're talking about a GAC environment, I'd recommend you probably run Commander Ahsoka Tano with Padme to try and beat GLs. Rose is best for Zori? She is Striker, yes, I agree. No, Wampa? He's very good in smaller accounts. Wampa is amazing, yeah. 3 hours, 3 minutes? Would be fun. Huh? What now? 3 months, 3 weeks? Whatever helped you sleep at night. Garth, I wish it was 3 weeks, but speaking from experience. Oh, you do have Starkiller. Oh, that's nice. I wasn't expecting you to actually have Starkiller. That's good. That's really good. And you got the Army on there. Good stuff. Cal Kestis boosts your Starkiller. Use Calendar as Starkiller. Okay, cool. You've seen Starkiller Lightspeed bundles coming back, but at £50, that's a lot. Yeah. Yeah, it is a more expensive Lightspeed bundle. It's because it's far more recent characters. Who's next in line for a roster review? Jeremiah, I will let you know now. Next in line, so Taiga is the last of the premium ones. And then we've got Ajunta Pal and then Saoirse. Don't really need her Omicron for her to be effective. Who doesn't need an Omicron to be effective? And then Dreamies. Oh, did we have a redemption for Dreamies? I'll absolutely do Dreamies if we've had it. No, I can't see a redemption for Dreamies just yet. You can't access the forums. I wanted to talk about the GL Ultimate Farm bug. I haven't tried to access the forums for many, many moons. Next should be Grand Inquisitor, but I doubt I'll pull in maybe Padme or Chewbacca. Hey, Veeth, how you doing, buddy? That is the way, Kyle. If you're looking to donate, go through the PayPal account. It should be linked in the chat, and it's a minimum of £5. And I'll have you next. Did you buy a roster review on the tribe on Sunday? Yes, you did, Robbie. Yes, you did. Let me double check. Hang on. Muskie, Ethan. Yes, you did, bud. Yeah. So if you give... I've got one here, but didn't you say you wanted to gift it to somebody? Or did you want it yourself? Because either way, I have you down here as a yes. So we will definitely queue you up. Get that done. Get that done. Anything else I can help you out with then, Ty? Mods are always neat. Yeah, if you want me... we did check out a couple of your mods. Yeah, I mean, you've got the priority right. It's just a case of farming more. Good stuff, Ty. Thank you so much for your support, buddy. You're developing your roster in the correct way. I do recommend you try and get that profundity farm going when you can. I understand Inquisitors is going to be a long time, and then profundity is going to be a long time on top of that. But prioritizing getting good in fleet early will pay off in the long run. The quicker you get to the top of fleet arena, the better off you're going to be. If you don't want to go profundity, you can absolutely go Leviathan. It's just going to, you know, you just have to take on board that you're going to be doing 2 Relic 9s instead of 1. Okay? But best of luck to you, buddy. Let me know how you get on. I do, Veeth, yeah. Yep, yeah, I've got you down. So essentially from last week, I've got Phi Mock, Ethan Smith, Veeth, Brian, Robbie, Whiskey. Whiskey, are you still here, buddy? And that's it. Sent you PayPal donation. Thank you so much, buddy. See, oh yes, that's come through. Hang on, let me just double check. Have to check over here. It should have a pop-up for it, a notification, but that didn't come through. Yep, I won't call out that name just in case. But thank you so much. If you could let me know ally code, buddy. Kyle. I thought roster review super chat last week. Maticus, let me double check. Maticus. Yes, sorry. I did miss you there, dude. I apologize. Yeah, we've got you as well. Sorry, buddy. Whiskey or Night Fox are welcome to have the roster review. Aw, look at you, buddy. Does that Brian... it's Brian Erland. I don't know why the notifications aren't popping up for these PayPal donations. Let me have a look. I'll just have to have a look in my actual PayPal. The actual notifications must be having issues right now. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate you, dude. Get you added to the list as a priority. If people don't mind, I'll get Kyle in quickly because I believe Kyle said that he actually has to go pretty soon. So I want to make sure that we capture him. So I can see Kyle, yeah. I can see Arnold. Yep, yeah, okay, cool. Cool. Thank you very much, guys. I used to do that, but not at the moment, Snack. I'm just doing it directly through PayPal donations right now. What relic level you plan to take Bane to? Who, me? Hopefully Relic 8. Allow me to go to the toilet very quickly. I'll be back and we'll kick things off again, guys, okay? Thank you so much. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Bear with me. So just get those up. Okay, so Kyle, was it you that was saying that you have to go soon? Let me just double check that real quick. Okay, so I'm going to get Kyle done now just because he's obviously paid to be put on the priority list, but also he does need to go. So Carl, tell me a little bit about what you're farming right now and how you want, what advice you want from me. Unless you just want me to look and comment on your roster in general. But usually it's better if you just, like, you have an idea. Ooh, 11.2 million. You're literally the same as me, dude. I think I'm 11.23 and you're 11.24. You got 10k more on me. Farming some TB teams. Ah, okay, nice. So I'm expecting you have all the GLs, which you do. Lovely. Trying to get to 40 stars. Okay, nice. Hit 39 this last time. Do you hit Zepho, Kyle? Do you guys unlock Zepho? See Cal Kestis over there. You can see the Seer. You do. Okay, great. Cool, cool, cool. So, unfortunately, when it comes to hitting the high stars, like 40 plus stars in TB, it's just about those Relic 9 platoons, really. He's just trying to show off. I don't think he's trying to show off. Honestly, my main advice to you is that the stars aren't really worth chasing. The return on investment for stars in TB is awful. It's awful. We've talked about it quite a bit on Tribe Talks. Like, if you're looking to push that far, it's I believe Karth had done the maths on it before. It's something like 4 to 5 Relic 9s per player in TB to push from like that 37 point to 40 plus, right? And the additional rewards that you get from those boxes from going up in those star counts is so minimal, it takes years to pay back those 4 Relic 9s. So I'm not trying to dissuade you from trying to push down there. If your guild is looking to do that, then absolutely push on. What you're better off doing is, as you're doing right now, is getting Zepho, but instead focusing on all the special missions that you can unlock throughout TB. So we're talking about, like, you know, the Night Sister mission. We're talking about the Kira Young Han mission. We're talking about the, I'm trying to think of more of them now, Tarful mission, that sort of thing. Trying to get those done actually is better rewards, or even better than that would be focusing on the raid. So does your guild max out the raid box in the minute? Check out my Hoth Rebel Soldier. I know. Oh god. Soldier, really? Oh no. Oh man, you had to be the guy with the Hoth Rebel Soldier. Ouch, dude. Ouch. You get the 424 box easy? Okay, 424 is still pretty decent. You know, it's pretty good rewards there. It hurt, but worth it. Yeah. Hasn't nobody ever max starred Lightside Geo still? I'm pretty certain Lightside Geo is still impossible to max star. We do not have currently enough fleet GP in the game to max out. There's like the combat missions and the... Hey, what's going on, Pebbles? How you doing? Zerko's a douche. We currently don't have enough fleet GP to max out in Lightside Geo, I think, even with Leviathan to this day. You're trying to get your rebel fighters up there to make use out of him. I mean, I think even if you had, you're still like, would you want to use him? I'm surprised that Hoth Rebel fighter. I'm surprised they've never done a datacron for him. You know, like a really broken one. A really broken one. You're relicking up Darkside Mandos. Now that I can get behind. Darkside Mandos I can absolutely get behind. So I guess that's my main thing, dude, is have a word with your guild and say, honestly, guys, do we really think that pushing for 40, 41 stars, speaking as a guild that gets 41 stars, do we really want to be doing this? Is this really the best use of our guild's GP? It's not. It's not. You're better off pushing the special missions or pushing the raid. Get that 665 box. Get the max box in raid before you start pushing for 41 stars. Honestly. Honestly. And I say that even with the raid changing soon. Even with the raid changing soon. So stuff like getting your Night Sisters up so that you can do the Night Sister special mission. Go ahead and get your Saw Gerrera geared up so you can do the Saw Gerrera special mission. Get your... Is it Tarful? No, Tarful isn't actually a special mission, is he? He's just a normal combat mission. But you get the drift. Kira, Young Han, that sort of thing, you know? Well, you did hit over 525 mil over the past raid, so you're halfway there to the next raid box, all right? halfway there to the 665 or whatever it is. It's better to get that. Those are the better rewards, by far. And you don't have to do any Relic 9s. And barely, I mean, I get 15 million GP in my raid right now, and I've got, I want to say, 8 Relic 8s. Technically, Leia is Relic 9, but I would have her at Relic 9 anyway, because she's a really good GL. So you don't need crazy investment compared to what you'd need to do for TB, like a bunch of, like 4 or 5 Relic 9s per people, but hey. You can do around 12-13 mil with serious remodding and effort. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I imagine your GP size is the same as mine. I probably just have a little more focus in the raid teams, right? So I would focus there, truth be told. Speak to your guild about it. Just because I feel like that gives you a better return on investment, and it gives the rest of your guild. You have more R8s most likely. Yeah, I think, who have I got? There's Leia, Drogon, Hera, Piet, Han, Scout Trooper. I think there's one more. Can't recall. Something like that. Iden. Thank you, Night Fox. Iden. Yeah. Those are the teams I use, and then I think I've got 1 or 2 Relic 7 teams that I use, and the rest are like Relic 5s and 1 Relic 3 team at the end. You only have Leia, Piet, Han, and Jedi Knight Luke. Does Jedi Knight Luke have Chewbacca or someone like that to work with? Because Jedi Knight Luke and Chewbacca at that tier 6 team can do like 2 million. Well, 1.7 to 2 million is pretty decent. Not amazing, but pretty decent. Yeah, I can see Jedi Knight Luke there. He's not like an ideal Relic 8 for the raid, but he's okay. Like, his performance in the raid isn't amazing, but his performance outside of the raid is very good. So I would rather do this than like Chirper or something. But that's just personal taste. No Omicrons on your Afra, dude. Interesting. I like having one on her. I have a leadership done. Missing a Zeta on CLS as well. Just taking a look through your roster in general. Loving the triple Omi on the Malgus. Omi on Captain Rex is always sexy. Oh, look at you. Do you have Bomando? No, you don't have Bomando just yet, but you are close. So with that in mind, I imagine CG is not going to bring her back for like 6 months. I saw the powers and I was like, oh, my days, have you got her? So yeah, I imagine you're working on this passively. Let's see what your Keller and Beck looks like. Ah, so your Keller and Beck is pretty much there too. You just finished Paz today? Nice. So I'm guessing this is your current farm, really. It's like, get ready for Bomando. Because knowing CG, she could either drop in a week's time or in 6 months' time. her cadence makes no flipping sense. But for someone in your position, Bomando is actually a pretty good thing to get. You have everything, I imagine, right? The only actual shard farm? Nice. Yeah. That's good. Let's actually just take a look at what you're missing. So, Boss Nass, you got at 4 stars, fine. Stap at 3 stars, fine. Trash. Yes, I'm calling Night Sisters trash. Sue me. I know that I have to do an R9 Omega. Sue me. I mean, Baze and Chirrut would be nice. I say that with my Baze and Chirrut looking exactly like yours. Our rosters are eerily similar. Would like to see some relics on the range trooper. Your shore trooper is infinitely better than mine. Okay, yeah, Darkside Mandos, you said you were considering gearing up. I do really enjoy Garsax and ISC. You just like need to get them to like Relic 3, Relic 5, maybe at a push. I think my Garsaxon is a Relic 9 because of a sub goal, but my ISC is only Relic 3. Just mod them for maxed out potency, tenacity, sorry, and you'll be fine. Too many projects? Yeah, it's how it gets. It's how it gets. Guild wants to, they'll get up there sooner or later. The guild wants to get Geos up to R7. Oh my god. Yeah, that one can wait for me. I mean, that planet is a bit of a pain, but again, I find a hard time recommending it. R7 Geos. It's like it's Poggle does pretty good with his Omicron and TW these days, but I just don't feel like it's worth the investment. Haven't geared them since what? I think mine are like Relic 4 GBA, Relic 4 Spy. Excuse me. And the rest are like Gear 12, and that's kind of it. And again, it must have been since the days of what you don't like. This is sort of a minimal investment to beat the what mission, truth be told. So yeah, I don't blame you for not pushing too hard there. I would really try and stay away from that sort of thing. Unless your guild just really enjoys pushing TB for stars, it's not a good return on investment, unfortunately, and it takes so much. I'm assuming you've got like all the ships and everything, right? Ships and ships and ships and ships and ships and ships and ships. I'm assuming that your Empire fleet is done as well. Yeah, you got everything rolling here, so you don't need any direction there. Thank you, Roy. Appreciate you. Yeah. I mean, that would be it really, dude. Like, I'd have to say, if you want to push for Darkside Mandos, I would do it. Honestly, if your guild is really focused about TB, then fine. You know, the first stage is working out the platoons. That has to be arranged by your guild. I can't really give advice on that because there's 49 other people in your guild that need to work towards platoons or operations, whatever they want to call it. My advice is to not, and to push for special missions instead for TB, because it gives you actual real tangible rewards very quickly. And even better than that is to push towards better raid boxing. If everybody in your guild can hit 16.7, you get the max box. The max box gives you so much Get 3, Mark 3 guild tokens, which just lets you get more relicates. Be ready to jump on Gungans. Keep farming for the latest and greatest. Just stay ahead of the curve. You do need better mods for a lot of tunes. Let's give you a mod comparison. Mod score. Let's see where you land, buddy. Alrighty. So 4.05. Yeah, it could be better. It's not terrible mod score. It could be better. I'd like to see it more towards 5 or 6, but you're still there in you know, 4.05. You just need a lot more on that top end, really. The 25 pluses are pretty low, I would say. You've got a lot of that mid-range, so I don't know if it's a case of you haven't done enough calibration or identifying the proper mods to slice up to try and maximize them. What have we got? We got 8, 16, 20, 21, 22. 22 25 pluses. We're about the same GP, and I think mine is like 68 25 pluses, something like that. So just keep on slicing those mods, dude. Make sure you're doing your calibration all the time. Make sure you're looking through that mod store constantly. Always need better. Yeah, you can never have too many mods. That's the one thing. As soon as you think you've got enough mods, you're wrong, and farm more mods. Always need better mods. That's a nice mod scanner. I like this one, Busio. It's very useful. It's very useful for a high-level idea of what the speed mods look like. You do slack on calibration. I tend to let it build up, and then I just go all in. There's actually a really cool... there's a really cool tool. Let me have a look if I can find that that link. Where is it? Where is it? See if I can find it. Sorry guys, I'll try and find it. It was shared in my guild. It's basically a website that looks through all of your mods and recommends calibrations for you. So it identifies the best mods for you to calibrate. It's really good. I can't find it right now, but I will have a look and I'll ping it in my Discord. Excuse me. Sorry. All right. Okay, cool. Anything else you want me to look at then, Ty, before we move on? Sorry, Ty was the last guy we were looking at. I apologize. Kyle. The mod optimizer. That's it. That's it. I don't have the link for it in the minute, but I'm sure if we Google it, we'll be able to get it up. Get it up, know what I mean? Not Grand Ivory Mod Optimizer. Can't remember what it was called now. So something unfortunate happened the other night. My guitar's G-string broke. Should fix that. You only have enough for one Zeta right now, and to finally unlock DTMG today. Which Zeta should you do first? On DTMG? Probably as leader. I really hate that we can't do acronyms. Let me just double check, but I'm pretty certain you're going to want to have his... Do you have a full squadron for him? Let's check out your Imperial Remnant first before we go ahead. I mean, you do kind of have a full team for him. You'd want some relic levels, like Stormtrooper in particular, because you're probably going to be running DTMG with Moff Gideon, Dark Trooper, Scout Trooper, and Stormtrooper. So you need a couple more relic levels over here to really make the most out of him and actually start using datacrons and stuff like that. But you can already start. I would definitely say the leadership. Got to quit playing that G-string so hard. Yeah, you got to be gentle with that G-string, dude. Got to be gentle with that thing, buddy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would definitely go for the old leadership there first, buddy. All right. Grand. Thank you so much, Kyle. We are going to move on to the next person in our list. Let me just mark Kyle off. Really do appreciate that support, dude. Thank you, and appreciate the insight. Appreciate taking time. Not a problem at all, dude. Not a problem at all. All right. Okay, so is Phymok, Ethan Smith, Veeth, Brian Erland, or Maticus in the chat right now? Yeah, very good roster, dude. Like, your roster is basically the same as mine. Like, how can I not like that? Your roster is basically the same as mine. So once again, Phymok, Ethan Smith, Veeth, Brian Erland, or Maticus. Veeth is here. Cool. I'll need your ally code there, Veeth. You'll get the violins out. Maticus is here. So Veeth is currently higher in the list than you, Maticus. So if nobody else out of Phymok, Ethan Smith, Brian Erland is here, we'll start off with Veeth, then we'll go on to Maticus. Just check me your ally code there, buddy. Imperial Remnants need one more character to have full... Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if we do eventually get one. Maybe with the advent of Mandalorian Planet, maybe we'll get an additional Imperial Remnant. Who knows? To round that out, maybe it'll be a bonus shard character. I don't know. Slacking on a whole lot, aren't we all? Aren't we all? Doo-doo. We need to get the new Dark Trooper eventually. We all like, yeah. Could I just have a team full of Dark Troopers? That'd be great. Veeth, I don't know if you're trying to input the your chat, your ally code in the chat. Okay, sorry, yeah, it wasn't working for some reason. I don't know why. Thank you, buddy. I've seen it now. It just all came through at once there. It all came through once there. We got you. Okay, Veeth, tell me about your roster. How can I help? What advice are you looking for, buddy? 11.6? You're bigger than me, buddy. You're bigger than me. Yeah. I don't know why. It's just like I was asking for it, and then it just went... Brrr. Sometimes the chat takes a while for it to relay properly. Just finished your raid teams. Cool. Good job. I mean, look at all these Relic 9 GLs. Oh, that is sexy, bro. That is sexy. So I'm guessing, like, at 11.6, you've got everything, basically. As far as... Beat, what is with you? Like, 11.6, you have everything, but you don't want to star up your ships. Scored 19 mil on this account. Nice. Nice. You're basically maxing out the raid, and you're still not starring up your Leviathan and your Profundity. You hate ships? They hate you too. They hate you too, buddy. They're like, look at Adrad over here. He's like, am I a joke to you? Star up my ship, damn it. Yeah, get these stars sorted, dude. The rocket trooper from season 3 that were just updated ISCs. Yeah, I'm down for that. If it can do something to do with true damage and attacks out of turn, give it to me. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me. They're just a cooler ISC, let's be honest. They're just a cooler ISC. You get to go for Darth Bane next, then Bomando. I mean, I imagine you have nothing else to go for, truth be told. So, Darth Bane, I'm assuming you're conquesting Red Box right now. With 11.6, if you're not getting Red Box in Conquest, Veeth, you need to have a word with yourself. Sort it out, mate. But I'm assuming you are. I'm assuming you are. Right, good. So yeah, just do your Bane. You don't have Bomando yet, so you're working on the shards for Grogu. Looks like you've already got Paz and Caloran Beck sorted. Oh no, Paz is 6-star. Caloran Beck is a long way away. Okay, that's fine. So you're just slow farming them. I wouldn't put any great priority on Bo-Katan, truth be told. She's good to have. Right now, in your position, I'd be worried more about the new raid. You're scoring 19 million in the current raid. Think about the new raid that's coming in probably about 4 months. Yeah. So worry about Boss Nass. Worry about Stap. Worry about your Separatists. You know. Worry about your Galactic Republic Jedi. You know. Your Jedi Knight Guardian, your Imagundais, your Keep Fistos, your Eth Koth, your Jedi Consular, your Lominaro Undulis. These are going to be really good in the new raid. You know it, buddy. You know these are going to be the top dogs for Christmas in the new raid. Gear and mats for Relicate Darth Bane. Absolutely. I can totally get behind you relocating Darth Bane. That is 100%. Lock that in. Gear up your Darth Bane. Throw at least the Rule of 2 Omni on him. And anything else that you want to do, really. Keep slow farming for Bo-Katan, because you might as well get her. You've got everything else. And then, honestly, I would just focus on trying to jump on the Gungans as soon as possible. You're in a position where you can chase the latest and greatest. You know? You have nothing left for anything and fully focused on raid squads? Yeah. I mean, you're scoring 19 million. You're already getting the highest personal box reward. You don't need to do anything more in the raid. If you want to do more, that's an entirely different thing. Obviously, I understand. If you're just trying to push for 20 million plus in the raid for clout, then fine. Oh, you're not hitting the 19.4. Sorry, I thought you were hitting the top. Okay, fine. What's going on, Mystery Hippo? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, fine. If like, don't let me stop you from getting that last raid box. Of course, absolutely do that. But honestly, I think the biggest thing for you to be concerned with once you got your Bane is to prep for the new raid. You want to be able to hit that ground running as soon as that new raid comes out. You don't want to be going from maxed personal raid reward box and probably maxed guild box as well, I would assume, to not max. Are marquees now only £100? No, Melkacel. No, not at all. The current special marquees, you should theoretically be able to 7-star them at least with about $130. You know, getting that $30 pack, maybe a vault's worth of gambling on the pack alongside the daily additional shards. That should be enough to get you to a 7-star character. Focus on the new raid. That was your idea too. Absolutely. And like I said, just casually farm for Bo-Katan, but I wouldn't put any great haste on it. Honestly, like, she's nice to have, but I don't think that she's going to be the game changer for you or your guild. based, you know, she doesn't apply in the new raid. We haven't got the new Mandalore planet yet. It's probably not coming until like mid-year. It might come really soon, and that might change our farming priorities, right? Maybe this new Mandalore planet is incredible, has a new character reward. The new character reward is phenomenal. That might change people's perspectives and priorities, but right now, Bo-Katan is not good enough to warrant slowing down progress on the new raid. In my book. Just don't apply gear until we... Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, God no. I wouldn't apply any gear. I would hoard up. I would hoard up like a mother. You know what I mean? Need a bit more mod depth for the new things to come? Everybody needs a bit more mod depth. Oh my god. 19.16, so you need like an extra 300k. That's fair. Need a bit more mod depth. Just don't apply any gear. It's not as big as the main. Unless you're Karth. I mean, Karth can just do what he wants, to be fair. Karth's at 13.7 mil. He's got big... Like, you look at a roster like this, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, look at all these Relic 9 GLs. Got all the GLs. Scoring 19.14 million in the new raid. He's got, like, everything. And Karth has got, like, 16% more in his roster than this. It's huge. Massive. And Karth isn't even the biggest account. The biggest account has got 15 million GP. It's like nearly 30% bigger. It's insane. Have they said who would be used in the new raids? We only have the tags. So we're getting Gungans, Galactic Republic, Jedi, and Separatist. That's all we really know. We know that Gungans are the featured faction, so assume every single Gungan is going to be used. Other than that, we know that Queen Amidala is going to be used, and whatever her 2 new Galactic Republic marquees are going to be. That's all we really know. We can make some assumptions, but that's all we know right now. You have such a hard time hoarding. I see the gear, get someone a relic, and then you just want to let rip. Yeah, I get you, bro. You were thinking about R8 on DTMG? Again, this will tie back to Mandalore as a planet, right? This will tie back to Mandalore as a planet, how good it is. I don't think it's a bad shout. Mine's currently at R7. Oh, nice. You've got some TW armies on here. You've got a good team up and running. You could do it. I personally, I don't really want to recommend a Relic 8. I don't think that a Relic 8 on Dark Trooper Moff Gideon is going to fundamentally change that team. That's worth you sacrificing a Relic 8 for the new raid. Do you know what I mean? It's not sacrificing a new Relic, but that Relic 8 could be a Relic 8 raid character instead. You know what I mean? If Separatist, that could be why the guys guild wanted Relic 7 Geos. I doubt Geos will be in the raid. I think we'll have B1, I think we'll have Step, I think we'll have Newt. After that, it's anyone's guess. Droidica. That, like, there'll probably be a few more. I don't think Geos will be there. I don't think Geos will be part of this new raid, because they weren't on the battle for Naboo. That doesn't, you know, obviously that doesn't necessarily matter. I think it's more likely that we get the droids and Newt for sure. Just an idea. No, I understand. And when the Mandalorian planet comes out, it is almost certainly going to be a Relic 8 planet. So, you know, you'll want all of these at Relic 8 anyway. That is a consideration. But right now, I have a hard time recommending it, just because we know you're going to want to you're going to want to hit the ground running on the new raid, and that's going to be a lot of Relic 8s. So you want to try and save up every little bit of gear, every little bit of signal data, every little bit of, you know, relic mat that you can. Struggle on datacrons. Ugh. Datacron's gross. GL Rex in a month or so? I don't think we're getting a GL for 6+ months. We're end of the year. I would be, if we're getting a GL, it's not coming for ages. In my opinion. There's just too much going on. There's no way CG is going to push out, you know, the Gungans and a new raid and a new GL and a new capital ship all in the first half of the year. It feels way too jammed. Like, I imagine everything is going into the raid right now to get the raid ready for 4 months' time, and everything else is taking a back seat. That's just my initial thoughts. Because we've got, what, 5 marquees coming out? A legendary, a conquest unit, and a raid. I can't see anything happening with the GL for a while. I might be wrong. Anything else you want to have a look at here, Veeth, before we move on? They have more devs now. Yeah, they do. They've got a lot more manpower. They've had an influx of devs. I love it. Boom, ba, boom. And I guess I have to push my capital ship. Yes, yes. God damn it, Veeth. Just 7-star your Profundity and your Leviathan. Like, the Leviathan is so much better at 7 stars. 6 marquees. What have we got? We've got the 4 Gungans and the 2 Galactic Republic. Yeah, 4 Gungans, 2 Galactic Republic, 6 marquees. And Queen Amidala and, you know, all that business. And we'll probably have another Galactic Chase somewhere in the middle. They don't have to share the computer anymore with home. I know, right, Rule of 2? I know, I just hate ships. Not as much as they hate you, buddy. Alright, dude. Thank you so much, Veeth. That was good fun, man. That was good fun. I believe we had Maticus next. Maticus, I've got your ally code here. So let me just throw that in. Can you give me a little bit of commentary, Maticus? What you're doing, what you want from me, and we'll crack on. Try to bring the mods up? Yeah. I mean, you can never have too many mods. The typical. Yeah, farm mods, slice mods, calibrate mods. The 3 mods of modding. Bonus energy is available. My phone just told me that bonus energy available in Galaxy of Heroes. I should probably grab that. Okay, I'm going after Leviathan and then JML/Profanity. Profanity, well, bloody hell. Meanwhile, I'm farming Zori and planning to gear her up to R5 during the break between Leviathan and the next project. I love that, Maticus. I love that. That's huge. Okay. That's huge. Oh, man, and I just seen you got Jabba as your... Ah, yes. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. This is a good account right here. Check you out, brother. Check you out. You got 4 GLs at 6.8 million. One of them is Jabba. One's JMK. You got Ray and Slacker. You're already talking about wanting to gear up Zori because you've got Ray. And you've got the army ready and the Zetas. Oh, my days. Oh, my days. You're looking good, brother. You know what's what. They know what is what. And you got that Zeta on Finn. But they don't know what is what. They just strut. What the fudge? All right, let me grab a drink and we'll get cracking. They can't fix the bugs. They seem overloaded. Well, you know. After the next proving grounds, you're going to unlock Ben Solo. Should I invest in him right away or should I wait until after unlocking Leviathan? Very good question. Very good question. I can. What do you need? What have you got left for Leviathan? I can see you've already done the hard work. You've already got Revan and Malak at Relic 9. What are you waiting for exactly on Leviathan? Thank you so much for the follow there, HK47 Live. What a great name. Appreciate you. Welcome to the tribe. So you got the Fury Class Interceptor. Missing a couple of stars. Missing a star. You're going to want to put some loving on that Sith Empire Trooper as well, but hey. Is there a difference in regards to home? Sorry? Not sure I follow Calvin. Hi, Calvin, by the way. Calvin and Hobbes. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so planning to R5 Zori. That's totally cool. Between Leviathan and the next project. Do you know what your next project is after Leviathan, Maticus? He doesn't punish failure. He punishes incompetence. Isn't one of his sentences, "You have failed me for the last time"? Between failure and incompetence. Oh, right. Okay. Yes. Yes, you can be incompetent and still succeed. Oh, sorry. You're thinking JML or Profundity. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, you did mention that. You did mention that. Apologies. Okay. So, let's get rid of this Sith tag. So, what I want to do is just check out your capital ships. Okay, yeah. This is where you make the biggest improvement in your roster, for sure. It's definitely fleet. obviously you've got a lot of GLs for 6.8 million, so you've either been very focused or you've dipped into those Lightspeed bundles a bit. I have to imagine you probably dipped into at least one Lightspeed bundle, which means you must have farmed Jabba and JMK the hard way. And that's still pretty good for 6.8 million. So your fleet game is weaker than your ground game. And it's I don't want to call it a concern, but it's something to be cognizant of. If you really want to progress, fleet is the way, as we were talking about earlier in the game. If you're not getting first in fleet arena, or at least into the top 10 in your fleet arena, that should always be your priority over everything else. You can climb perfectly well with Negotiator with the right team, or with Chimera with the right team up here, but not with a Gear 8 Thrawn. With Executor, there is a certain amount of leeway depending on your fleet shard and what ships you have available to you. More diversity within your fleet roster is always a good thing. Leviathan or Profundity always works, and I know you're pushing for Leviathan at the minute, which is great. It's whether or not you need to go immediately into Profundity. I would personally maybe going against the grain here and actually say, yes, why not? After you've done Leviathan, push for Profundity. Get all of your capital ships done so that you can at least slow farm them over time. You know what I mean? So you're not having to refresh the event and trying to get them up to 7-star. You can just start earning those shards over time each month to build up the star count organically, whilst then moving on and working on your next GL. Now, JML is a fantastic GL, and you've obviously gone part of the way thanks to having Jabba the Hutt. Jabba the Hutt helps you develop out the rest of your roster as far as mods are concerned, and helps you get really good scores in TB and stuff like that, and still operates perfectly acceptably as a GL in general in PvP environments, assuming you've also got the Bouchkron, which you do. Lovely jubbly. You're in a shard and most often in the top 5. Huge. Absolutely huge. You want to be able to keep that as long as possible, and then it does translate over into wins in GAC, more so than any ground squads do in my experience. Being able to hold in fleet often wins matches. A lot of people don't focus enough on fleet and then struggle. So you can actually, not that you don't have teams, you've got lots of decent teams here that can help you clear ground, but you could actually set a relatively weak ground squad and have strong fleet defense, and that can still win you entire GACs. Not suggesting that Sorry about that, guys. Can you hear me loud and clear once again? I hope so. Yeah. Okay, so I figured out what happens. It's actually the beacon. It's the beacon app. The app for this microphone is what crashes. It's the beacon app that crashes. I've just seen it now. So that crashes and cuts out the microphone from my mixing software. How interesting. How interesting. So I've completely forgotten what I was talking about there. What was the last thing you guys heard, if you were able? Hey, good night, Roy. Thank you for joining, dude. I'm sorry, I'm putting you to sleep. Is this part of the reviews that Scribe calls DIY? Yeah, that's exactly it, Night Fox. I usually charge extra for that, but you guys have been so good today that I thought I'd just give you some free DIY advice. Alrighty. Alrighty. Yep. You say interesting. Do. So yeah, I'm not sure what we last, because I went on a bit of a tangent there and I can't remember what I was actually saying until I noticed that the mic had gone. So, happy days. Happy days for all of us. La da 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 la 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 la. All right. Come on. Yeah. Honestly, go for profundity afterwards. JML is a decent shout, like I was saying, because you've got Jabba the Hutt, so you've got a lot of the prerequisites already for JML, and JML is actually a really, really good GL. He's one of the better GLs, in my opinion, simply because he gives you a lot of flexibility offensively, as well as the ability to trivialize a lot of conquest feats, which is a quality of life thing for you. It's a convenience thing for you, being able to perform better in Conquest and get some of the more awkward feats with a smaller roster. That can really make a difference. You've already got JMK. I'm assuming you've actually got Cat, but I didn't check. Commander Sokatano. Yeah, you've got Cat as well, so we're all looking pretty here. We're all looking pretty here. Let's close that down. So, yeah, like JML is not a bad shout, but I would actually prefer to see you go for Profundity. If you get all of those ships unlocked, at least, so you can start farming the shards organically over time, once you're done with them, you can start switching your focus back over. So you can go JML, you can worry about Leia later, or you could just ignore her completely and wait to jump on Gungans to try and perform in the next raid. It's really hard to recommend Gungans to newer players. But you at least have some investment in Galactic Republic. So if you're able to at least get Queen Amidala at a good pace, you should be able to do some work at the very least. Night Fox is just like, Gungans! Every single time we mention Gungans, Night Fox just gets a little bit excited. In no way is that creepy. Yeah, I don't recommend going for Lord Vader. Generally speaking, GLs will have a priority order. Lord Vader, for me, is usually pretty low. Even though he performs very well, he's just a very, very long farm. Requires a lot of Kyrotech and a lot of relic levels. A little bit? Oh, sorry. Every time we mention Gungans, Night Fox gets a lot a bit excited. A lot a bit excited. You have all the Profundity shards done except for Radis and Mon Mothma. That's great. That's good. That's good. And you're not too far away from Leviathan either, right? So it's just going to be a gear and a relic thing for you, because it's a lot of relic 9s. I mean, I can see you've already got the relic 9s on Revan and Malak. That's huge. That's huge. And to be honest, like going for JML, you start pushing, you need stuff like Mon Mothma for JML, right? So, or is it JKL? Either way, it helps towards other farms. And Rebel fighters in general these days are still solid. They're a solid unit. So it's not a bad thing to have Momo in the team. Momo in the team. Do 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 do. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. So yeah, definitely get that Profundity and then think about which GLs you want to go into. JML is probably your easiest GL to dip into. Normally I would recommend Leia after that, but that's probably, I don't know how long these farms take you to proceed. What I will say is that your account on the whole is on such a good trajectory. Your account is, for its GP size, it's very top heavy and it's focused in the right areas. Having Jabba this early alongside 3 other GLs is huge, whilst you also have Executor and you also have 2 other fleets in Radis and in the Finalizer. I don't know if were you able to get the comeuppance to 5 stars, because that massively improves the viability. It looks like you didn't. Massively improves the viability of the Radis fleet. So it puts you in a really strong position. You're already high up in Fleet Arena, so you've built very well. You just want to try and build off that momentum, make the most out of the crystal income that you're getting now to help progress you further. Duff Cake, thank you so much for £5 there with the super chat, buddy. Are you looking to get in on the roster reviews? If you are, it should be through the PayPal account, but that's okay. That's okay. Let me know if you are looking to do that. Then chuck me your ally code and I'll add you to the priority list. Thank you so much, Stuffcake. Appreciate you, dude. Cool. You're all good? Oh, you're just being kind and donating £5. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you, dude. Should we take a look at your mods then, good Sir Maticus? Let's go and have a look and see what's what. Mod score. Ally code. Do-do-do. Let's check out your mods, because this is the real McCoy right here, is how well you have come up into 5-star. Oh, you do? Oh, it wasn't showing up in your Zori for some reason. Oh, maybe it's because I'm in... Sorry, I remember now. It operates differently when you're looking at someone else's account, right? So, yeah, you've got it here. So this is going to tie in nicely. When you relic up your Zori up to Relic 5, this comeuppance is obviously going to power up a bit. Relic 5, you'll have the reinforcement ability. Make sure you've got that, because that's what gives it the power. This reinforcement ability, which you've maxed out, is what allows or enables the Radus fleet in general to deal good damage. You don't even need the Star Fortress. You can actually go in with the 2 X-Wings and Raised Millennium Falcon as the starting lineup, reinforced with the comeuppance, and Raised Millennium Falcon just blows stuff up. It's really good. You're still waiting for you to tell me what to go for next. Wolfie, what you should be going for next is a Relic 10 Zori Bliss. All right? Let me know when you get that. Thanks for the 420s, Wolf. God damn it. Lost your audio on YouTube. Uh-oh. Can people on YouTube not hear me? Can people on YouTube not hear me at all? I have another question. Should I spend crystals on getting Executor to 7-star or save them to spend on Leviathan? Leviathan is a better choice there, mate. Like, Executor is really good. We can hear you? Okay, cool. Executor is much better at 7 stars than it is at 4 stars, right? Or 5 stars, whatever you have him at right now. However, Leviathan is a completely different kettle of fish when he's not 7 stars. Like, 50% of Leviathan's power is locked behind that 7-star. So if you are going to prioritize one of those 2 ships to 7-star immediately, make it the Leviathan, okay? The answer is Gungans, says Wolf. All right, fine, Wolf. You go for Gungans, not a Relic 10 Zori Bliss. I still think that my option is better. Thanks, Baldman. I'll add you to the list. I'll add you, buddy. Do. So yeah, Leviathan, 100%, dude. 100% without a shadow of a doubt. Your mods are decent, brother. Your mods are decent. Man, you... Goddamn, Maticus. You're holding out on us, bro. You know exactly what you're doing here. You know exactly what you're doing. Yeah, absolutely. Go for Leviathan to 7 stars. Far more important. You can do Executor takes priority over the Profundity to 7 stars, because Profundity doesn't necessarily need the additional stars in order to perform very well, whereas the Executor does benefit from extra stars in that respect because it gives them extra speed, and speed actually matters in that lineup. Whereas, you know, Profundity is like assists. Let's do it. It doesn't really need reinforcements. So, but yeah, if you're considering that, definitely save for Leviathan rather than put it into Executor. Okay, your mod game is huge. Your mod game is huge for where you're at, dude. 5.3 mil on a 6.8 mil account, which is obviously invested in Lightspeed bundles and stuff like that. You've got really good mod depth. So you probably don't need me telling you what to do because you're already doing it. Obviously, you need more. You always need more. You could have 3 times as much and you'll still need more. But this is really good start, dude. Really good start. This is huge, man. Misa need farming. Yes, you do, Jar Jar. Yes, you do, buddy. You know you need farming. We're all working towards that. Well, I say we're all. We've actually got just under halfway towards Tarples, which is huge. So if I do another roster review stream on Thursday this week, hopefully we'll be able to push it just a little bit further. Just a little bit further. Alrighty. Anything else? You got any more questions for me, brother? If not, we're going to move on. And I will say you've got a really well-optimized roster for your GP range. Well done. And I love the priority you're putting on mods. You're obviously thinking about things well. That does ignore the 2 super chats. Yeah, I'll have to go back and see what the super chats had and then adjust for the cut that YouTube takes. YouTube taking 30% of that tip is just rude. How dare they? Oh, sorry. No, you're absolutely right. Ben Solo. So you wanted to know if you should prioritize getting Ben Solo up before Leviathan. I think what you should do is you should look at the timing for the next Leviathan event, because Leviathan always comes around, I think it's the 15th of each month, right? And if gearing that Ben Solo is going to make you miss out on that timing window for you to get like the next Leviathan, then you should not invest in him and wait until after Leviathan comes in. But otherwise, prioritize gearing up Ben Solo first, because he takes Rey from being a decent defensive team into a much more annoying defensive team. Okay, I don't know how many Omicrons you have spare, but you're at least going to want the one that makes him revive all the time under Rey and GAC. Okay? You don't think you'll unlock Leviathan next month? Okay, if you're not going to unlock Leviathan next month, I would recommend you get Ben straight away, because Ben really does make a huge difference to Rey's performance. You know, like without Ben, Rey is a lot easier to manage. With Ben, it becomes awkward for the opponent, especially if they're not familiar with how Ben's kit works and how best to beat him. Definitely get Ben in your position. Which would make it 50% funded from today only with those 2 chats. Heck yes, brother. Heck yes. It'll definitely make it over 50% of the way. Which means it's working. It's gonna be a busy couple of weeks of roster reviews to try and help fund my Gungan addiction. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for that, Maticus. That was entertaining to look through your account, dude. Not a problem at all. I'm glad I could help. Okay, so next up, Robbie was passing over a roster review over to Whiskey. Whiskey Holder, are you around, buddy? I need your ally code if you are. And then I need to look through my PayPal, and we need to actually go through and see the people that have been donating. Because we had quite a few people donate as well earlier today, so I'll need to get through all them. If Whiskey isn't here anymore, the next up will be Samuel Coulson. Sam Coulson, if you're in the chat. So yeah, Sam Coulson, Martin Lloyd, Larry Coffer. Just making sure I get you guys down in my priority list. I won't have any ally codes for you by the looks of things. And then we've got Arnold as well. That's not T101. I don't think Arnold wants a roster review from me. Could you just tell me if I'm still down on the list? Moraines? Let me just have a look. Yes, you are, mate. You are, but we're still going through the priority lists at the minute, dude. Because we had quite a lot of donations come through for priority lists. And then we've got... we did Kyle. So, Timothy Roach as well. So the order right now would be Whiskey. If Whiskey's not here, then it is Sam Coulson. If not, Martin Lloyd. If not, Larry Colfer. If not, Arnold. If not, Timothy Roach. I followed you already. Next stream, I'm here. Good stuff, Moraines. Good stuff. We'll be live on Thursday to do more roster reviews. You're starting your levy farm prep since GI is done, and the nice thing is that there's a bunch of older characters I need to gear, so not nearly as much. It's always nice when you get to gear older characters and you don't need like 400 or 500 Kyrotech. Oh, Irishman is Timothy Roach. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, so Arnold would be before you. Do we have a Sam Coulson or a Martin Lloyd or a Larry Coffer? Cosmos. You're Larry? Okay, good. We seem to be going like in reverse order right now. Like, all right, so Sam Coulson or Martin Lloyd? You guys in the chat? If not, we'll jump in with Cosmos first, then it'll be Arnold, then it's Timothy Roach or Irishman. All right, Cosmos, do you want to drop me your ally code, dude? And we'll get cracking with you. Ally code and a little bit of information about your account, please, buddy. I'm just going to quickly look at my pings. Let's actually check, because it looks like TW is progressing. Need help with what to farm next. Okay. No problem, Cosmos. Can you make sure you put X's between your ally code numbers, because they're not actually coming up on the screen? Like, I'm pretty certain YouTube does something. It filters out numbers. So if you're trying to give me your ally code, do the 3 numbers, X, 3 numbers, X, 3 numbers. Otherwise, it just doesn't show up. Thanks, brother. I got you now. That looks like... Oh, dear me. Okay, cool. Let's get going. So you just don't know what to farm next. You're thinking maybe Inquisitors. How does your guild feel about you farming Inquisitors? Are they pushing that? Are you trying to get Reaver unlocked? Let's check you out, buddy. Let's check you out. All right, so Cosmos, bad batch of blue milk. Love to see it. 9.8 million. Decent size. No push from the guild. Okay, cool. So no push for the guild. You're rocking it up in Kyber 2. Good work. That's what we like to see. So when it comes to GLs, you have got 5 of the GLs right now. You've got Leia and you've got Jabba. That is a great start. You're already in a position where you've got the 2 most valuable GLs already unlocked in your account. Love to see it. You've got the 2 Lightspeed Bundle GLs. That's what I'm going to call them from now. The Lightspeed GLs, and you've got JML. You might not have even touched the Lightspeed Bundles to get these done. You might have just farmed them already. But that's good work. Let's check out your ships before we talk about whether or not you should be getting Inquisitors, because that's what really dictates where you go. You've got a 6-star Leviathan and you've got a 5-star Executor. That's pretty good. You're obviously going to finish off Leviathan pretty soon, right? No push from the guild and C. Oh, did you have C? Or is he just like low gear at the minute? Oh, you do have C. Oh, it's just because he's Relic 5. He's Relic 5, so he's got pushed out. He's there, sorry. I was expecting to see him here, so I just became completely blind. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. It's a shame that the first GL I pushed for as a new player is now relegated to a Lightspeed Bundle GL. I know, right? I know the feeling. But I'm glad that there's some catch-up mechanics. I think the catch-up mechanics are fantastic for new players. Okay, cool. So, how close are you to this 7-star on Leviathan right now? Because it really does make a big difference to Leviathan's performance. And do you have the shards for the scythe? You're a few months out. That's fine. That's fine. It's a shame they released the Slacker Lightspeed Bundle a day after Scribe unlocked him and blew his gear horde on the Rex. Nightfox, it still hurts. To this day. I could have... Like, I would be in so much better position if I'd have got that Lightspeed Bundle. I would have saved so much gear. So much Kyrotech. So many relic levels. But CG just tried to screw me one last time. You have the shards? Maybe the next conquest. Okay, cool. Great. So you're in a pretty good position. You're in a pretty good position to make the most of Inquisitors when you get them, which is great. Are your guild actually getting any Reaver shards? And Meathead still laughs about it too. I bet he does. I swear he deliberately did that just to tickle me. Your first two major farms as a new player was Slacker and SK. The next bundle is exact. Oh, ace, mate. It's the ace of spades. The ace of spades. If you like to gamble, I tell you I'm your man. Wow, okay, so you've got really good progress on Reaver, actually. That's actually pretty huge. How many shards do you get per TB? We talking 20, 30? Because you'll be done pretty quick. That really shows the advantage of getting Inquisitors pretty quickly. Because if you can get the Inquisitors done, get GI up there, unlock the Scythe, and then Relic Reaver really quickly, all in one big swoop, that is a massive boost to your roster. You know where I'm going with this, right? So yeah, Cosmos, I think Inquisitors is a good push for you. Your fleet are pretty well rounded. I'm not sure how much, around 15 to 18. Okay, 15 to 18, you need, what, 121? So you'll probably be done in about 5 months for Reaver. Maybe a little bit less, depending on how quickly that uptick is on Reaver shards. Maybe you get more, maybe you get less, you know. I would imagine around about 5 months till you get Reaver, which is fine because it's not too big of a wait for you. You could consider pushing for Profundity. Right now, in your current roster position at just under 10 million, I don't think that you particularly need to worry about pushing for an extra GL. You know what I mean? You've got 6 GLs. You've got the most important ones. You've got really good flexible, really good defense, and really good offense GLs. So you're in a really strong position for ground game in order to perform very well. You're in Kyber 2, and you've got pretty good fleet. The thing that's going to make the difference is if you finish off your GL fleet farms. So get that Profundity unlocked. Don't worry about trying to whale on it. You don't need to drop crystals to get that thing to 5 star, 6 star, 7 star. Don't worry about it. It does perfectly well at 4 stars. Okay, obviously more stars is better, but just unlocking it alone makes the difference. Okay, you're already going to have Mon Mothma, for example, so there's already a foot in the door there. Characters like Captain Rex that you've got with Leia Organa also helps elevate that faction a little bit. You've already got things like Captain Drogon and stuff like that. I would highly recommend you think about getting Profundity after you've done Inquisitors, or even maybe before. You could probably flip-flop between them. You know what I mean? If you're not getting Reaver for 5 months, you could probably, maybe, do Profundity and then go to Inquisitors and unlock Reaver at the same time. Or you can go for Inquisitors now, unlock the Scythe, get that Chimera counter up and running very, very quickly to give you more offensive flexibility with your fleet, and then go for Profundity. Skipped Slacker and Ray and went for C and JMK. I guess I was a visionary. You must have been, Melkacel. you must have seen. Or do you work for CG, Melkacel? Did you have the pack release schedule available to you? What I will say is I really like your priorities here. Good top-heavy roster. I don't think necessarily you need someone like Lord Vader in this account. I don't think that really offers much. JMK is fine, but you probably have Commander Ahsoka Tano by now. Yeah, you've got Commander Ahsoka Tano. I assume you probably run her under a Padme team or something like that. Maybe you run her with Rey. Maybe you run her with Rey. I don't know. How's your Zori? Invest in Zori as well when you get a chance. Pretty soon we'll look at Meathead's account with an R7 Bane and no C. Oh my god, could you imagine? You run her with Padme. Yeah, good stuff, Cosmos. Absolutely. You'll have Bane next week. That's great. So that will really tie into your C as well. So that's kind of huge. Consider gearing up Zori Bliss just to make use out of her Omicron. You know, just helps you in GAC just that little bit more if you care about that game mode. Very good investment for just one character. Do you have Ben as well? Yeah, you got Ben. I mean, he's a little bit low on the old relic levels, but you've got him. You've got him unlocked at least. And you've got Jedi Knight Cal Kestis. You're in a good position here, dude. Ooh, that's Zeta. Which one did you put on? Omicron, rather. Which one did you put on? Ah, okay. Yeah, Whirlwind. Yeah, that makes sense. This one over here, right? Yeah. This is the one to do if you want to have help with the Seer Cal mission. You don't need it, but it's nice to have. Your plan was unlock and take Bane to R5? Definitely. Yeah, 100%. Oh, R8. Okay. Yeah, I would... Like, he's an attacker. More relic levels on him is always good, and the way that his mastery passing goes is based on relic levels, so the more relic levels you have on him is better. I would say R8 is a good place for him. I don't think R9 is particularly worth it unless you're swimming in whale food. So yeah, get your Bane up, get Zori done, sort out your Profundity and your Inquisitors. I'll leave it to you to decide where you want to go, either Inquisitors first or Profundity first, because I think they'll both finish at about the same time. R9 or bust. Night Fox R9, your Gungans. Come on. You know the score. Oh. Dropkick. Update on what I last saw. Huh? What? Boop 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 boop. Okay. Cool. Can you check mods? Absolutely. Is there anything in particular you want me to check? Because mods on an 8.9 million account is a lot of mod checking. There's a lot of mod checking. If there's something in particular you want to check, or if you want to have a look at the graph, then we can talk about that. But specific modding that you want to have a look at, if you want me to take a look at your speed drop-off. So Piet being fastest. Oh, you just want to have a look at the graph? Yeah, sure. We can have a look at the graph. One sec. Because I can give mod advice, but it'll have to be specific mod advice. Mod score. Let's take a look. Ally code. I think this should be you. Let us see. Cosmos. Yes, this is you. You're looking pretty good. 4.56 on the old Hot Utils meter here is pretty decent. It's not amazing, but at 9.8 million, I think, it's not terrible either. So you obviously know what you're doing with mods. You just need to do more of it. I don't know if Lightspeed bundles like boosted your GP a lot, which kind of lowers your Hot Utils requirement. Not massively, but a little bit. Either way, you've got a decent number of 25 pluses here. It's just volume, I guess. Volume in the 15 plus range is a little bit on the low side. So it's just a case of farming and slicing more mods. Rolling up, buying the ones in the mod store that look promising. 5 speeds, 4 speed secondaries that are at least purple or gold. Keep at it, dude. It's not bad. You're not got bad mods at all. You just need to keep working on them. You just got the Lightspeed bundle? Yeah, fair. Yeah, Lightspeed bundles really show the pinch in mods and in Zetas. Mods and Zetas become a real concern when you start whaling, and the Lightspeed bundles is kind of like whaling like there's never been whaling in this game before. As in, more in terms of pure GP games, there's nothing that has had that sort of GP to cost value that they've ever introduced in the past. But yeah, you're looking pretty good. You just need to keep going. You just need to keep pushing. Nicely done, brother. Nicely done. Anything else that I can help you out with, Cosmos? It's a good roster, dude. It's a good roster. You're in a really good position, to be honest. You're in a really good position to develop further. 346 on your Piet. It's alright. It's alright. Have you modded your Ray as well? I'm kind of curious. I've got offense and health. 180, 527, 9k. I mean, I suppose it is Relic 7. You need to change this. This will be your perfect for first round GAC opponent, Ruh-roh. This would be my only recommendation for modding that I'm going to give you. Change out this. Crit damage has very limited value on Rey, because most of her damage either comes from her Whirlwind ability or her ultimate, both of which largely do true damage, so crit damage doesn't come into account. Swap this out either for an offensive primary or a health primary, whichever one you prefer. Personally, I'd like to boost her offense quite a lot. You don't have masses and masses of health, nor do you have masses and masses of offense. So having an extra 8.5% offense will really make a difference here. What's the queue for paid? Let me just double check that for you, Wombat. Right now, we have got Sam Coulson, Martin Lloyd, Arnold, and one other person that apparently has just gotten corrupted in my chat. Apologies. Timothy Roach. So I think we've got 4 people to go through at the minute. 2.7 million GP difference, and they only have 10 level 9 crons. Ouch. Ouch, dude. So, yeah, thank you, Cosmos. Yeah, title mods. I think I can move some around. Yeah, if you can. Like, this mod is a good mod. It's just not a good mod for Ray. Having decent speed with a crit damage triangle on an offense set, it's kind of gold dust, right? Crit damage and speed is just so useful. It's got good crit chance, too. See if you can try and calibrate this to get an extra roll over there on speed. And it's got health. Yeah, it's just crit damage doesn't really benefit Ray very much, unfortunately. She does get some benefit off it, but not masses. You're better off getting either health or offense. I lean towards offense, personally. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Wolfie's talking about Pal World. Oh, dude. I'm sorry. All right. Okay. So Sam Coulson, Martin Lloyd, Arnold, or Timothy. You guys in the chat? Are you guys in the chat? That's what we're waiting for. Irishman is available, who is Timothy. Aha, Sam Coulson is You Hear About Pluto. Okay, Sam, you are the top of the list, mate. Can you give me your ally code, please, dude? And if you're putting it in YouTube, put X's between the 3 numbers. And Arnold is still here. So, it's Pluto first, then it's Martin, then it's Arnold, then it's Irishman. That's the list right now. Thanks, Pluto. Thank you, buddy. Now tell me a little bit about your roster. How can I help you today, good sir? Broken Arrow. That reminds me of an old film. Who was in that film? I think it was... I swear that never happens. I think it was John Travolta and... Shit, who was it? I can't remember. John Travolta and... Yeah, John Travolta was the bad guy, and it wasn't Calvin. He was the villain. Who was the other guy? God damn, the protagonist. Yeah, Slater, Christian Slater. That's it. I ain't heard about Pluto, but I've heard about Uranus. Filthy, absolute filth. You hear about Pluto? Yeah, tell me a little bit about your roster, dude, and how can I help you today? What can Papa Scribble do for you today, buddy? I'm not sure if I should just hoard for Bow or Gungans or go all in on Lord Vader currently. Okay, 9.9 million, just below 10 mil. You've got Leviathan, love to see it. You've got Jabba, love to see it. Had Christian, couldn't pull Slater. Yeah. Oh, dear me. Okay, so taking a look at your account, pretty good position here. I'm liking it. You've got 7 GLs rocking. You've got Leia. You've got Jabba. You're in good position. And you've got Reva rocking. Love to see it. Alrighty, cool. So the only GL that you're missing then is Lord Vader. And that's totally fine, because he is affectionately known as Lord Failure for a reason. He's not that bad, guys, honestly. He's really not that bad. He's actually a pretty good GL. However, I'm here to give you my unsolicited, or actually solicited advice. You guys have come to me for advice, so I'm going to give you solicited advice. Bale kept it getting in the way. I mean, Christian Bale probably would have been quite young at that time, right? Maybe you'll answer this to me this time. What do you think about Bane modding? So Bane modding, I would just go for health. Like, make him chonky. Make him chonky and make him fast. That's about it. So far. Maybe we'll change when we see him in action. I know there has been data mine stuff, and who is it? Barbarossa has done some stuff with his own exported version of the game. But yeah, health is where it's at from what I gather. Health and offense. His basic hits hard. Nice. Oh my god, my shoulders are killing me. All right, cool. So let's get a rock in here for Pluto. I'm already leaning towards Gungans for you, dude. I'm already leaning towards Gungans, which is going to make Night Fox so ecstatically happy. Because he loves those Gungans so very much. He loves those Gungans. And he wants to see them flourish. So, taking a look at your fleets then, we can see you're done with Leviathan, you're done with Executor, and you've got a 5-star Profundity, you've got the Chimera. I'm hoping that you've already got all of your Inquisis all up and running. You are solid, dude. You are solid. Yes, mate. Yes, mate. Your fleet game is on point. Obviously, you could get the last couple of stars in the Profundity. Obviously, you could, but I don't think it's a priority for you right now. I would just slow farm that stuff. It's not like your name's Veeth. All right. You're gonna have to tell me why your abilities aren't maxed on your Addis. Are you low on prestige? You got the 6-star comeuppance as well. Your fleet game is good, man. Your fleet game is good. Very, very low on prestige. I get you. Okay, cool. That makes sense. That's something I didn't consider actually with these Lightspeed bundles as well. Is that a lot of people are probably low on prestige, because you need about 2,000, just over 2,000 prestige in order to maximize a capital ship. So if you actually go capital ship to capital ship really quickly, like you would with Finalizer and Radis, whilst also pushing for things like, you know, Executor and Leviathan and Profundity, you're not going to have much prestige. Yeah, you gotta prioritize climbing to number 1 in Squad Arena, get that prestige. It takes a while. I've got 4,000 prestige right now, just chilling, because I want to make sure that I'm always good for a new capital ship, just in case. Just in case, unless they like change it to be like 10,000 prestige to max out a capital. I'm also low on prestige, 8,000. Adam, now you're just showing off, mate. He's like, Scribe's got 4,000? Well, screw him, I've got 8,000. Good business, Adam. Nice one, dude. You're set for the next 4 capital ships. Saving for Profundity upgrades makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, it's more important to max out your Profundity than Holdo's ship, but yeah, probably. Okay, so I'm going to tell you straight away, forget Bo. Forget Bo. Don't worry about her. In my opinion, you're better. Like, Bo's great. She is good. She's very good. She's not good enough to warrant sacrificing farms there. And in my opinion, the Gungan farm is going to be super, super important. Not so much, you know, like, I'm sure that Gungans with Jar Jar are going to be a decent team. Maybe they'll be on par with, like, a gas squad or something like that in GAC. Maybe they'll be even better. We don't know. But when it comes to the new raid, we know they're going to be very, very important. So, I have a hard time recommending to a person like you who's in a really good, well-developed position for 9.9 million, like, your roster is in great standing. You've got all the capital ships. Yeah, I know your Leviathan, your Profundity's not maxed out. You've got the Chimera counter already sorted. You've got the comeuppance. You might need a bit more prestige to make that really fully work. You've got Reaver, and you've got almost every GL. The only one you're missing is Lord Vader, who is not... He's nice, but not necessary for anything right now. Okay? Yes, it's good to have all the GLs, and you should have all the GLs. But with something like Gungans and a change to the raid meta coming up in the next 4 months... If you find yourself in a position that you are able to focus on that and try and unlock them and get Jar Jar immediately and up and running, ready for this new raid, you're going to put yourself in such a good position. Such a good position. So my advice to you, push for Gungans. I'm not saying wail on Gungans. If you are going to get the the first couple of packs in order to unlock them at 4 stars so that you're able to get those daily 5 shards, 10 shards, whatever it is, 5 shards a day, to help push that farm a little bit further so you're ready to jump on it with shipment farming. It turns out to be 80 crystals per shard. Yes, it's still expensive for 4 marquees, but the quicker you get on that farm, the quicker you max it out and benefit from the raid, the better off you'll be. Because if they're the featured faction, they're going to want to all be Relic 8. That's a big investment, but it should pay off in the long run because raid rewards are the best. They are the best thing in the game. Raid rewards are top tier. So the quicker you can jump on that and benefit from the new raid, the better off you're going to be. They're almost guaranteed to be really, really good, and you get to have the excitement of farming the latest and greatest as soon as it comes out. It's a win-win situation. Push Gungans. After you're done with Gungans, maybe then you can think about that loser Lord Vader. You know what I mean? Roster reviews are closed, I'm afraid. Yes, yes. Wombat, you've sent a tip through to the PayPal, have you? Thank you very much. Let me just confirm that. I now know your name. Yeah, okay, I've got you down on the list, buddy. I've got you down on the list. So currently, as far as premium roster review lists go, we're currently looking at About Pluto. Then we've got Arnold. Oh, hang on, I need to. We've got Arnold, Larry, and no, we did Larry. No, we did Kyle. Sorry, we've got Arnold, Irishman, Larry, and Wombat. We're doing Pluto right now. Yeah, cool. So we've got about 4 more. 4 more. Omnipotentem. Omnipotentem. Nice name. So yeah, Gungans for me gets the vote. Let's have a quick look at your roster. I'm just going to filter this by what you don't have. So Stap is going to be needed for the new raid. Okay, it's a guarantee. Stab it. Sorry, buddy. Stap is going to be needed for the new raid, but I wouldn't necessarily call him a priority farm. I would just be ready to gear this guy up ready to shard this guy up as soon as you can. If you want to try and shipment farm him, you can. I wouldn't necessarily wail on him. I wouldn't necessarily even shipment farm him. Just wait for him to go farmable. Just don't forget about him because he will be a separatist requirement. We don't know how good. I haven't seen GAC army action from him yet, so I don't know how much disruption he's going to cause in GAC, but he's going to be required anyway. Bo-Katan, until we see what we're going to get out of the Mandalore planet, I can't recommend anybody go for her. It's not that she's not good. She's actually very good, especially with her datacron, but she's not good enough to warrant sacrificing raids right now, in my opinion. Okay? So, by all means, farm the shards. By all means, farm the shards. Make sure that you are ready to jump on her as soon as we get a little bit more information about the Mandalore planet. If the Mandalore planet turns out to be incredibly valuable, maybe it offers a boatload of Get 3, maybe it offers a boatload of additional Chirotex or signal data, or even a brand new character through the unlock on that planet, then priorities can change. But as of all what we know right now, in my opinion, she shouldn't be a priority farm for most people. Certainly not ahead of a new raid. Alright, cool. Let's continue. Let us continue. Bodhi Rook, he is the pilot. You really should have him at level 69 with the Zeta at Gear 4. Hold up. Na. Diddle. Yep, good business. Cool. So, Boss Nass, I see you've already got him to 4 stars, which is great, which means you're probably going to get him to 5 stars by the end of whatever this is, and you've got a little bit of investment in him, gear just enough in order to beat the actual marquee event tiers. That's totally fine. Honestly, if you can just use enough crystals to get each Gungan up to 4 stars to essentially get you a free 5-star, that's the best thing that you can do at this point. If you are going to whale at all, it's not a bad investment, but whaling is incredibly subjective, to be honest. It's incredibly subjective, so I don't want to make that recommendation. Crystal spending is slightly different. I wouldn't necessarily say, hey, just go and spend like 20,000 crystals buying those gamble packs so you can get a 7-star Gungan, because we're going to get 4 of them. So that's a lot of crystals. That's, you know, basically 80,000 crystals. Trench is firmly back here on the bench. Just did my events from today and got him to 5 stars as we... Oh, nice. Congrats, dude. Congrats. I should be getting him to 6 stars by the time it ends, which is nice. That Kiadi Mundi eating up all your Get 2 currency. Bad Batch not geared at all. You can keep him that way for now. I suppose that's the only thing about going for Lord Vader. It would give you Bad Batch, which will give you Marauder, gives you another counter available for fleet. But honestly, I think your fleet game is pretty much... It's basically done. So the amount of benefit you get is relatively minimal. It can make a difference in your GACs there. I wouldn't worry about additional juicy things like Chirrut right now. Nest doesn't really have the same appeal as she used to, so I think you can quite comfortably skip her. The, you know, Zam Wessel Omi is not nearly as good as it used to be. Dark Trooper Moff Gideon, it's nice to see that you've got him. Again, this is going to sort of tie into that Mandalore planet. We know he's going to be required there, but until we get more information about what's actually on that planet, you can probably safely ignore him for now. Young Lando needs some love. Stream keeps restarting. Yeah, I'm sorry, bald man. 2 gamble packs still cheaper than buying from the store? They are. It works out at about 59 crystals per shard. And buying from shipments is 80 crystals per shard. So it's just a net positive. Like, you might as well do it. It's almost as cheap as standard hard node refreshing, up to twice, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely worth doing it for every single Gungan. Yeah, so Imperial Remnant, again, like I said, until we know more about the Mandalore planet, like, he's a good unit. Dark Trooper Moff Gideon, especially with his Kron, especially with the full team, it's a good team. But right now, it's not the team that you should be focusing on, in my opinion. There's stuff that you can circle back to, more than anything. That Zori is one that you could consider. I say this to everybody that's got a Lightspeed Bundle Ray. It's just, she offers so much more to a Resistance team, just by gearing her up. I wouldn't worry too much about Saw Gerrera and Tarful. You've got some investment in your Night Sisters. That's quite nice to see. They're more invested than mine. Ooh, excuse me. Excuse me. 2 gamble packs still cheaper. Yep. How high am I planning to take Bane? I want to take mine to Relic 8 Hannibal. In 3v3 what, Hellscream? It's nice to see that your Gar Saxon and ISC are up there. Just make sure you mod these guys for boatloads of tenacity if you want to use them against gas. We're seeing some Lightspeed bundle action coming out of here. Look at this Lightspeed bundle action. Isn't it lovely? Isn't it magical? Rambam will be sad about the R3 mace. Alright, okay. Yeah. You're obviously a bit Zeta dry right now, I imagine. Because I'm looking at... There's a lot of good characters here missing Zetas, but I imagine it's just you're broke on Zetas, right? You're broke on Zetas. You've got all these GLs at 9.9. You've got Reva. You've got, you know, Malik. You've got GI. You've got Triple Zeta Afra. I imagine they've eaten all of your Zetas. All of your Zetas gone bye-bye. Yeah, definitely. Keep your focus on Gungans. 100%. And keep farming that prestige. I don't know how high you climb in Squad Arena. I know it's relatively worthless, but for you, just to get the extra prestige, it might be worth actually climbing an arena. Genuinely. I'm not even joking. I wasn't mocking your name, Omnipotentem. I was just thinking about the Pokemon ripoff called Temtem, right? My mace is R9 with the Omni. Of course it is, bald man. Rambam would be proud. Broken saving for Bane with Zetas now. Makes total sense. Makes total sense. And Bane should be a priority for you. Just because you have C. He's a 1-unit guy. He's going to be good. So get him up there. And then just keep your focus on gearing up those Gungans as soon as possible. Starring up those Gungans. I know it's hard. I know it's hard to shift focus like that. And maybe even consider shipment farming. Because it's probably a breakaway from what most people are used to. It's definitely a breakaway for me. But it's going to put you in a really good position to jump on the latest and greatest. Any other thing that I can offer some advice on to you, my friend? Just taking a look here. Yeah, fleet's looking pretty good. Obviously, the Bad Batch and the Marauder, it would be nice if you could get round to this, but like even just gearing these is still a lot of Kyrotech. Do you know what I mean? Even just gearing these 3 is still a lot of Kyrotech. When you get round to pushing for Lord Vader, then that'll come up naturally. I think that's about what I need. Really appreciate it. No worries, Pluto. No worries, buddy. Thank you for the donation, and thank you for letting us look at your roster, dude. Happy days. Happy days. So we're done there. All right then. So we've got Martin Lloyd, Larry Coffer, Arnold, Irishman, Wombat. Martin Lloyd, Larry Coffer, Arnold, Irishman, Wombat. Who's in the chat? Who's in the chat? That's in the order of the priority there. Should you take TIE Fighter to Relic 8 Leviathan counter? No, Adam, not in my opinion. Not in my opinion. It's very, very... Zeti? Zeti? What? Oh, I swear in chat you were coming up as Arnold before. Okay, fine. Me being here. Got you, Irishman. Thank you, brother. You were on YouTube before. Yeah, sorry, you confused me, dude. You confused me. Sorry, dude. Sorry, dude. And I'm T101. I don't think you are, somehow. I don't think you are. Now you're on Twitch. All good. Okay. So, Zeti, do you want to give me your ally code? Boom, boom, boom. So, Adam, I wouldn't bother taking the TIE Fighter pilot up to Relic 8. It's useful for mirror matches, obviously. And it's useful to try and lock out counters because it makes it a little bit harder for them to one-shot your Sith Assassin. But for me, in the current climate, it's just not worth it because you can still get beaten by Executors. You can still get, well, by Chimeras, sorry. You can still get beaten by Marauders. You'll still lose out to every Relic 8, a Relic 9 Sith Assassin team. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, it's a lot of investment for a very niche scenario that may or may not pay off. You know? So I have a hard time recommending it. That's why my Sith Assassin is at R6. Thanks, Eddie. So tell me about your roster and how I can help. Do 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 do. Burns when I PvP. What a great guild name. 9.8 million again. Hey, we're hitting a lot by 9.8s. All right. Let's get that notepad up. So, what are you saying? I just want to see if I have some big flaws or gaps in my roster. I should be good on both characters and ships except for the profundity, and you're focusing on C next as you will be unlocking Bane. Could probably build Saw after for the DC. Focusing slowly on new tunes, especially Gungans. Good. Good. So change playstyle to Vader taking out Assassin? If you... Oh, sorry. I mean... You could, or you could just leave it to your TIE Defender to take him out. You know what I mean? Like, it's up to you. Like, yes or no. Like, my TIE Fighter is Relic 5, and I still one-tap them. It's like the only deciding factor is whether or not you crit. Okay, so you want to know if you've got any big flaws or gaps in your roster. Should be good on both characters and ships. Well, I like to see this. I like to see this. 8 and 2nd is really good. Kyber 2, lovely. 3507, relatively high in Kyber 2 then, I think. Because I think the cutoff is like 3610 or something like that. So we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the GLs. You're missing C, but you said you were trying to prioritize him at the moment. And you're missing Lord Vader, and that's perfectly acceptable. What else are you missing then? You are missing Jabba. Ooh, Jabba. No Jabba? Jabba is probably the biggest thing missing from your account then. Yeah. I would say that should really be a priority for you, but we will check out your fleets first, just in case. So let's have a look. You've done your Radis. You've done your endurance. You've conquered it, mate. Fleet game, nailed it. Finalizer, negotiator, malevolence, executor, and leviathan. So yeah, you're missing the profundity. You're missing Jabba. The real choice is, which one do you go for? You know, Jabba, I feel like, I know you're getting C right now. Yeah, I know you're getting C. Lord Vader, you can just yeet him off a cliff into the bottom of the ocean. Don't worry about him right now. Okay? How close are you to profundity? If you're even, like, is it even a consideration for you right now? Okay, you've got shards, but no gear. And relic levels and all that business. That's fine. Let's get this back up. You've always got to get it up when you're live on stream, guys, okay? This is pro advice from a pro streamer. We need a Dreamies break. Has somebody redeemed Dreamies? Nobody's redeemed Dreamies in Twitch. People just don't want to see the bear. People don't want to see the bear. They don't want to see the bear. They don't want to see the Yanda cats, the little demon void. So it is what it is. 5 GLs at 10 GP is bad. Oh, omnipotentem. Yeah, okay. So personally, I like to focus fleet over anything else, but Jabba missing at this point feels like a pretty big gap to me. How close are you on the Hutt cartel? Is this still? Oh gosh, yeah, it's a long way. It's a lot of gear to catch up on. Ah, Wolfie's got the treats for the bear. Let's do it. Let's do it. So I apologize, Zeti. We're just going to take a small commercial break here to feed the felines. A small commercial break to feed the felines. We did manage to get over halfway to Tarples. Happy days. Smudgy is here. He's a little bit tired. He's a little bit sleepy. But he always likes dreamies. Oh, he's a good bear. Good boy, Smudges. Good little bear. He's so calm and collected, isn't he? Okay, last one, Smudges. Last one. Intellect Dreamy Dust? Down you go. Hello, little girl. As you guys know, she's a little bit more excitable than Smudge. Isn't she, little girl? Indy, close out. Good girl. She's only a little more excitable. Ow! Stop biting my fingers. Those are my fingers, Indy. Ow! Ow! Stop it! Hey! That's Daddy's fingers. Oh, jeez. Indy. Look at the claws, man. Look at those claws. Ow! Stop it! Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Look at this. Look at this. Okay, last one, Indy. Stay there. Hey, hey. You're a good little girl. Come on in. Eat. The claws. The claws are so painful. Hey Carl, how you doing, buddy? Prepare for pain. Excitable is an understatement. She is a little bit excitable, these little indie kits. A real predator. She is. Looks like Dreamies taste like Dreamies. Must be Dreamies. Nope, fingers. Just fingers. Yeah, I think I need to invest in some chainmail gloves. Maybe Wolfie can help me out. Wolfie, can you help me out with some chainmail gloves for feeding Indy? She gets a little bit excitable. All right, where were we? Yeah, so I think the biggest gap in your roster, outside of Profundity, has to be Jabber. I'd like to say prioritize Jabber if you can. Yes, Gungans are on the horizon, and that is going to be a concern. But Jabber is also incredibly important for every roster because it really, really helps push mod development, and it still helps in every sort of PvP or PvE game mode, except for the raid currently, obviously, because you can't use Jabber in it. But, you know, territory battles, TW, GAC, all of them massively benefit from having Jabber, and then you also get the huge benefit of Smuggler's Run 2 for all that mod slicing material, the calibration mats, all that good business. Definitely consider that, okay? Let's see what you don't have. Bo-Katan, not a concern for you right now. Don't worry about her. Dadbod Boba is fantastic. Make sure you relic 10 him. Makes sense, yep. Twitch discrimination. How did I discriminate? I didn't see. I'm sorry for discriminating against you, Twitch. Yep. Stap. Oh wow, you took Stap to gear 9. That's an interesting choice. Boss Nass over here, gone to 4 stars. I like it. I think that even if you're not pushing for Gungans immediately, that doing this and getting them to 4 stars in this marquee event, do this for everyone if you can. If you've got the spear crystals, do it. Try and find room to have that 2,800 crystals, whatever it is you need, in order to get them up to 4 stars, so you can get them to 5 star essentially for free in the marquee event. Thinking the stab with the Omi and Gag first turn should help? Probably. I'm not jumping on it straight away, basically. Because I don't like to be the first person to touch the ground on that. I wasn't going to wail on Stap to get him up to relics. I like to have things at relics if I'm going to use them in any game mode, just because relics and datacrons and all that business, right? So, yep, I understand this investment, most likely for conquest, right? But it's not a wasted investment anyway. I just wouldn't focus too much on trying to get ready for Bo-Katan. Get the shards, by all means. You know, shard farm those characters. It's never a bad thing to get shards for things. Is Karth here? How was the stab on me? I don't know if Karth did that one. He probably did. Actually, I'm not sure. I don't know if he wailed on it. He was here earlier. But he's likely TWing right now. Let's keep going. So you've got some investment in Skiffguard Lando, at least. I would definitely say, ooh, okay, Fulcrum. Let's check out your unaligned force users. Maybe you don't have all the unaligned force users built out right now, and whilst that would be useful, I'm not sure if it should take priority over things such as Jabber and Gungans. Okay, yeah, so you've got some investment over here. Is your guild pushing to try and unlock Zepho and Jedi Knight Cal and stuff like that? You've got kind of half the way there, so I don't know if Tarful is done. Well, I should just look for Cal, really. Yeah, you've got Jedi Knight Cal already. Fine. That's fine. He's Relic 5, so you're not using him to unlock Zepho at the moment, but I don't know if your guild is pushing for it. No Zepho just yet. Okay, fine. You did your heat feat with a level 1 Paz? Yeah. Yeah. Like low-level Paz is very useful for the heat feat, using him with Maul in particular. But, yeah. All good business. All good business. Where was I going? Where was I going? Yeah, so you do have some investment in the Hut Cartel. This is good. Ahsoka Fulcrum. You've got Malicos, but you're not in a position to properly use the team. And if you are to use the team, it's going to take quite a lot of relic investment for you. And whilst it is a very useful team and can beat things like GL Ray, for example, I'm not sure if it's really in your best interest to push for that team right now, especially because it'll be more Zetas, more Omis, and relic levels that could otherwise be going to Jabber unlocks. Do you know what I mean? So, let us continue. Now, Jyn Erso is someone you will be picking up along the way when you go for the profundity. I do think it definitely has value in your account to get profundity, but I would probably lean towards Jabber first. Jabber then profundity seems as though you have quite a strong fleet otherwise. Shouldn't the whale fund be £130? I mean, it would be nice, but I'm not going to push that far. If we happen to raise more than £100, that's great. I'm just trying to spread the investment. I'm not expecting the tribe to fully fund all my whaling. I'm doing this through roster reviews to try and raise some money to offset the costs, essentially. And we got halfway there, so that's nice. If we overflow, we overflow, and that'll be fantastic. So the idea, guys, the idea for the Tarpals fund is, if we hit that $100, then I will go as far as I can with that $100. If we go over on the unlock, the day the marquee goes live, I will try and 7-star. But I doubt we'll get that far. I doubt we'll get that far. We might get lucky with whaling packs. You never know. And I will be buying the $30 pack because it's got the 5 extra Omis that I want. So there is that. Okie dokie. Yep. The Zeta on Omega is an interesting choice. Maybe you did that early on. Keller and Beck. Oh, wow. That's interesting. So you've actually maxed out your Keller and Beck on stars ahead of everything else, and he was the last person to go farmable. I'm assuming you were doing that because you were considering taking him up to relics and throwing the Omi on him and all that sort of business, Etty. The Bad Batch is pretty usable. Okay, you can probably use some of them, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you've got the Marauder sorted out. Yeah, nice. Got 7-star Marauder as well. So not terrible. Not terrible. You can get some use out of them at the very least. Semi-whaled on Beck. Thought he will be better. I mean, he is very, very good. But he only really super shines in TW with his Omi. I think it's stuff like this that's holding you back, really. You know, the fact that you don't have a Kiadi Mundi geared up. The fact that you don't have, you know, they're not at relic levels, doesn't have the Omicron available, no Zetas on him. All this sort of stuff is going to really limit his viability. Because really, you're going to be wanting to go, in TW in particular, a Keller and Beck lead, double Zeta, Omi, with Kiadi Mundi, Jedi Knight Anakin. You want to be throwing in like GMY. You want to be throwing in, I don't know, like a tank of sorts probably. But yeah, that's probably why your feeling is a little bit underwhelming. He just needs proper investment, that's all. And these two are kind of linchpins for that team. Kiadi Mundi passes so much additional offense. He's all about that survivability. And yeah, and the damage output, and particularly, he's good. He is good. He just needs a little bit more loving on him, that's all. He just needs that little bit more loving. Yeah, so it's a consideration for you, but if you are going to invest further in him, you would need to get Cam up there as well. The Malicos is the thing, right? It's like I was talking about it earlier, but that unaligned Force user team is very, very powerful, but I don't think right now is the time for you to be getting like 4 or 5 characters to like Relic 5 to 7 to 8. It's a big, big investment when you could be getting Jabba. You know, that's like halfway to Jabba, basically, in gear and relic levels. Okay. Okay. The Dark Trooper not at relics makes me sad, but that's just because I really love Imperial Troopers. Fennec you'll get when you go for Jabba, so this will come through naturally anyway. Armorer in good time. Okay, yeah, Zori, like we say it all the time, but Zori Bliss is definitely one to relic up. You've already got the Zetas, you've already got the Omi. She'll just perform much better if you can start using datacrons with her, get that additional survivability and damage output from taking her to relic levels. Should I ditch Saw as his yes, like honestly, those when datacrons come out that have got particularly powerful level 9s, right? Like the Chirrutcron right now. Like the Chirrutcron right now is very powerful, but unless you already have that team geared up or close to the relic requirements, you shouldn't be pushing for it unless you've got nothing else left to get. In my opinion. It's a good cron. But why would you relic 3 characters plus for a Saw team that is otherwise not very good? Once that datacron goes, Saw is not that great of a team. It isn't. With it, it's great. It's great, and it might make the difference in a GAC battle or two. But it won't make the same difference as taking that investment and throwing it towards your next GL. For the TB mission? No. No, Wolf. I mean, you can long term, but it's just not a priority. It's not a priority right now. Wolfie knows he's teasing me. He's teasing me. Army Beck too good for all guilds, even for 550 plus. Too good for all guilds. Not sure if I think of the get, damn you. Think of the get. Yep. Why it's not a waste. I'm still not following. I think Keller and Beck is good. Oh, why is Saw? I'm not saying Saw. It's not a waste to invest in Saw. It's opportunity cost. It's opportunity cost. It's like, why do Saw now when you're going to get limited use out the datacron? It's not going to make a massive difference overall. In TW, sure, it can make a difference, right? But it's a temporary benefit. And really, you should be focusing on building out your roster development and depth overall, rather than making use of temporary datacrons, in my opinion, for a team that will fall off immediately after it goes. So that's just my 2 cents on the matter. That's my 2 cents. I don't have Saw geared up at 11.2 with everything else basically done. Saw, my Chirrut and Bays are like gear 8. You know what I mean? After he'll be useless unless special. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm trying to say. So yeah, I wouldn't bother with Saw. It's not worth your time or investment to do that, in my opinion. That's better spent put towards relic levels towards Jabba. You know, like if you already had Saw at like relic 3, and Chirrut and Bays were already like relic 2 or something like that, I'd be like, yeah, sure, go for it. Why not? Why not? It's just a couple of relic levels. But if you haven't even got them at relic levels, you need to spend Kyrotech, you need to spend additional signal data to get them up there. All of a sudden, the value keeps on diminishing and diminishing and diminishing. Baze is a really good plug-and-play tank. He's particularly good with Leia. He is. Yeah, I agree. He's not AT. I agree. Jabba is then after C. That's where I would go. Jabba into Profundity most likely. You've got some good investments. I like the Gar Saxon. Things like further down the field. Obviously, you want to keep on top of Gungans, but also unaligned force users, Zori, things like that. You could definitely farm up. Lord Vader you can leave until much later, in my opinion. But yeah, get C, get Bane, get those things done. Cool. Cool. Anything else you want us to touch on here, Zeddy? Or we shall move on, because I'm running out of time here, guys. I'm running out of time. We've got Irishman up next. Oh, thank you so much, Zeddy. I really appreciate your support. Thank you for letting us look at your roster. It's good business, man. Keep pushing, brother. Irishman, you around, buddy? Oh, look at you, right on the ball, Irishman. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Oh, I had some message inside of my thingamabob. My ADHD makes me want to check it so much. So tell me about your account, Irishman. What advice are you looking for? 7.32 million. Oh god, look, you've got a whole novel out for me already. Amazing, dude. Thank you so much. Important note for my account is that it's 1 month from being a year old. It's 7.3 mil. Holy moly. Wrapping up boosting both Imperial Troopers and Remnant teams as well as Empire Fleet. Looking to get thoughts on what to do next. Options being C, Jabba, or core teams like Traya and Padme. Bane will be unlocked second round of the next Conquest character. Regularly going against 8 mil, 8 GL, 10 mil GP accounts in GAC. Jesus, Irishman. No, I really appreciate that, dude. I appreciate the thought, the time, the effort into doing that. First and foremost, that's huge. 7.3 mil in 11 months. Yeah. I get it. I can see two Lightspeed bundle GLs, obviously. Leia, Organa, and JML, huge GLs to go after. So yeah, I think you've done it right, and I love to see that you got Radis as well. So R9 Radis, which means Profundity is in the game. This means Irishman could be battling me in GAC. I'm 9.8 million. I mean, he could do. I love it when you see a whale that really knows what they're doing, and just like sort of leans heavily into it. So it's not just like, because anybody can just throw money at the game, right? Anybody can just like yeah, just throw money in, and they could end up with a terrible roster. But like when you see they've got stuff like, oh yeah, I've got, 2 of the Lightspeed bundle GLs. I've also got at least 1 GL capital ship. Oh, it's got 2 by the looks of things. And I've also got, the most important GL to have right now. And I've also got JML separate, who's a really good flex GL. Really good flex GL. Like, this is huge, dude. You got 2. Wow, this is... yeah, nice one, man. So, obviously, as you said in your chat, you're going to be really starved for Zetas, because 11 months and 4 GLs, that is a lot of Zeta mats in itself, just for those characters, let alone the rest of the roster that you've got. So I understand that. I'm not going to comment too much on your lack of Zetas, because I think you know that you don't have a lot of Zetas, and you're probably prioritizing yourself. So it's good to see this. You said that your Chimera farm has come along quite nicely, so let's check out your Empire fleet. Got Executor in a month, and from there it was 6 months uncontested #1 in fleet. I mean, that's 6 months worth of 400 crystals. Like that. This is why it's so important to climb in fleet. Hey, you should get more Zetas. Yeah. Have you considered applying more Zetas to your roster? Follow me for more advice. Do. Alrighty. Okay, so Empire then. Let's see, we've got Emperor Shuttle over here. We've got the Interceptor and TIE Defender. Excuse me 1 second, sorry. Ooh. Excuse me, sorry about that. So, Inquisitors. I can see you've got Second Sister, so I'm going to have to check out these Inquisitors. Oh, wow. Okay. How far away is Scythe for you? How far away is your Scythe? Less than a year. 4 GLs. Inquisitors at Relic 7. 2 GL capital ships. Smashing. Smashing, dude. You're absolutely smashing it. 60 shards after this Proving Grounds? Nice. Okay, so you're not too far. So once you got that, you've basically got the Chimera counter. So the only thing you'd really be missing in terms of ships is Leviathan. That's a pretty tall order. It's up to you whether or not you want to do it. Now, obviously, you do well. And nothing wrong with that. It's just, where is best to go here? You said you're going to get Bane, but not for another 2 months, right? Another 2 rounds of conquest, right? So C is actually a pretty quick GL to get, and you've got Supreme Leader Kylo Ren, so it means you're going to have some crossover there. You should have Crew and Palpatine, right, already at Relic 7 to dip into it. Check out the Imperial Troops. Wow. I don't even have Shore Trooper at Relic. My Shore Trooper is at Gear 12 or something. No, Gear 8. God damn. Your Imperial Troopers are better than mine. Well, kind of. You've got more overall development in your Imperial Troopers than I have, is how I should put it. C would be a really quick GL for you. And he's still useful to have. He's a very flexible offensive GL. So you could easily have C before you have Bane. You could have C done before you have Bane, and it'll probably give you time to actually get his ultimate as well. So I think probably getting C just to pair with your Bane, and then after that, it would be Jabba. Honestly, for an account like yours, and I don't know how much you plan on whaling going forward, I wouldn't even consider core teams. I wouldn't bother. Like, honestly, rush all the big things. Rush all the big things that you're going to focus on. So get your big ticket items, like get your Jabber out there. That's a huge one. That's really going to help you with mod growth, which is going to be so important to you, because I bet you are struggling so hard trying to mod all these teams. Like, you've got all these great teams, and I imagine mods are a hard thing for you to come by. Like, maybe Leviathan? Yeah. Absolutely, I think you should push Leviathan. I think Jabba comes first. I think you do C, just because C will be a quick and easy smash and grab. I don't know how developed your Hut Cartel is. Okay, it's not really invested in right now, so it will be a bit of a big invest. And that's okay. I think you can quite comfortably leave off JMK, because I imagine Commander Ahsoka Tano is not done. Yeah, no Commander Ahsoka Tano, and that's completely acceptable. I suppose when it comes to Leviathan, how far along is your Sith fleet? Like Fury class Interceptor and stuff like that. Prestige with ZFU for Levy, which is why I want to delay it a bit. Yeah, absolutely. No reason not to be worried about that. Like, the only thing I would say otherwise about it is it's nice to actually start farming the shards. If you're not going to be whaling to get him to 7 stars, it's nice to just have it done so it's passively gaining those shards, but obviously not a massive priority. Prestige takes time to build up. It really does. But you're climbing to the top of Squad Arena anyway, so I imagine you're already converting all of your Squad Arena tokens into Prestige every single day, right? 90 shards off the Fury class, so it'll be there soon. Not too bad then. Not too bad. Yeah. Okay, cool. I think C into Jabba for you makes more sense. Don't get me wrong, it's nice, and you even got Afra down here. That's surprising. Triple Omni on her as well. Holy moly. Where was I going with that? Yeah, it's obviously nice to have those B tier teams. It's good to have them in the back pocket, and they do help. But overall, if like, considering you do whale a little bit at the very least, and you're probably going to push forward that way, you've already got a solid base, I wouldn't worry too much about going back and getting the lesser stuff. If you get the big ticket items out of the way straight away, you'll be able to benefit from them immediately, and then you'll be surprised at how quick all the other little farms go. You know what I mean? Because you'll be so used to relicking up like 12, 15 characters that going back and just doing like 4 or 5 characters, you've even got Starkiller, huge. 4 or 5 characters to relic levels will seem like a breeze. You know, doing stuff like Jedi Knight Revan and Darth Revan. Oh, actually, you've already got Darth Revan, and you've already got Jedi Knight Revan. So, and you've already got CLS. Like, goddamn, dude, you are flying, mate. Yeah, forget it. Forget it. Don't worry about your B tier teams. Honestly. Like, you're already in such a strong position that the best thing for you to do is just keep pushing the big ticket items. Especially Jabba. You've got to put a high priority on Jabba to help with your mods. After that, I'd probably go see Jabba, then get Leviathan. See Jabba, Leviathan, leave Lord Vader to last, or jump on new Gungans when they come out. Depends, really. How high of a guild are you in, Irish? Seeing to Jabba sounds good. I'm pretty certain on the timeline, based on this, C is a really quick GL farm, and you've already got a lot of investment there already, because Slacker, and you've already worked on some of your Imperial Troopers from what we saw earlier. So like Relic 3, that's already requirements. You've got Piet done, so you just need some of the Sith. And it's like old Sith, like Sidious and Count Dooku, they're easy gears. Obviously, stuff like Traya is nice to have, but I would definitely just try and push through. Get those GLs out the way. You say you're often facing 8 GL accounts. Getting your GLs up is the best way to counter that. Guild is a limiting factor, could likely get into a much better one. That would be my biggest bit of advice. Like, especially if you tell people in 12 months, basically, in a year playing the game, I've gone to 7.3 mil. I've got the latest GL. I've got 2 capital ships, 2 GL capital ships. I've already got Star Killer. And, I plan on developing at this pace for a while. People will jump at the chance. Jump at the chance. Get yourself into a better guild. You could probably jump quite high. In GP to be in a guild that's going to be absolutely flying, getting 30 plus Reaver shards a TB. Because if they see you as a long-term investment, as somebody that's going to develop well over years and is actively participating in game modes, then you're like priceless priceless to a guild. So I would definitely say change guild as soon as possible, and find the biggest, most valuable guild that you can get into. Like, go to their guild Discord servers, go on the Facebook page, advertise your account, explain exactly where you're at and what you plan to do, and you'll be inundated with offers. Honestly. Yeah, 100% Irish. 100%, dude. You'll go places. So, yeah, definitely. See Jabba Leviathan. That would be my priority. You can think about pushing for Lord Vader after that. You could do JMK, but JMK without Cat is not great. You might be working on Cat, and that's absolutely fine. Maybe in between those, you can do stuff like get Trey and Nihilus and Savage. I don't know if your Savage is geared up already, actually. Oh, no, he's not. He's right there. I would safely ignore Scion. Scion isn't in the triumvirate. Not really. It's Savage. That's the triumvirate. These three here. Nihilus, Trey, and Savage. That's the triumvirate. Scion is like the red-headed stepchild. Unfortunately. Where'd you find mod score? I use a bot called the C3PO bot. It's in my Discord server at the moment, but it should be in many people's Discord servers. So I'm going to run this mod score just to get an idea, but I imagine this mod score isn't going to be phenomenal. Just because of the pace, because there's only so much modding you can do in 11 months. You know what I mean? Let me just go back up and grab your ally code real quick. Good. Is there anything else that you wanted to discuss, Irish? This is a phenomenal account for 11 months. Phenomenal. Probably not going to be too high. I would be very surprised if it was high. Yeah, 1.95 is where we're at. And I'm not surprised in the slightest. This is because you haven't had time to farm mods. Honestly, I'm surprised you've got 325 pluses. Like, Jabba will help this massively. It really will. So, yeah, I mean... I assume that you've done a lot of research. Because the places you've invested have been good. If you're not clued up on how best to farm mods, I would be watching videos on that. There's quite a lot on YouTube around it. Just make it such a big priority, because you don't want to be... You don't want to hit like 10 million GP and realize all your mods are trash. You know what I mean? Pretty much every Sith in the game needs to be relicked. I mean, pretty much, yeah. For the most part, it's an important faction. Not all of them are good, but almost all of them are requirements in one way or another. So yeah, good stuff. Anything that you want to discuss, Irish, before we wrap it up? Did a bit of research, but otherwise thinking I'm good. Thanks for taking time. Hey, no worries, dude. Like, absolutely phenomenal roster. Phenomenal roster for where you're at. 11 months, that's huge, dude. Should be proud. Get yourself a new guild. Like, you can jump up massively. Massively jump up. Kind of want to do Leviathan just so I can relic all the rest of the Sith on your main. I mean, it's as good a reason as any. Wombat, you are the last one for the evening. You're going to have to chuck me your ally code and give me a little bit of context for your roster, okay? I'm sorry, Hero Savior. Did you ask some questions? I'm not trying to skip over. I'm just trying to prioritize the roster review. Let me have a look. 2.2, bet. I mean, you were pretty close. 1.95. I know... Oh, sorry. As I know your guild in Alliance, help the Irishman. Previous question. Hang on. Prestige is the issue for Levy, which is why... No, okay, yeah. Mods are rough. I apologize for intruding in. I know you have problems with Zeta. I have the same problems. Do you see any solution? Unfortunately, Zetas is not something that you can really massively accelerate. If that's the question that you're asking about there, Hero. There's very limited ways of accelerating Zetas. Like, you can potentially find them in daily scavenger deals, but there's no guarantee that they ever show up. Where am I going here? Where am I going here? Thanks, Wombat. I've got your ally code. We'll get to your roster review in just 1 second. I'm just going to try and answer this question here. Where am I going? Daily scavenger deals. Sorry, this has thrown me. So these daily deals, these can potentially, at the 1600 crystal range, they can potentially sell up to 7 Zetas a pack. However, you have to have low Zetas in your account, like we're talking like 1 or 2, and have favorited characters that need to have Zetas applied. There's no way to guarantee them to show up, and that's one of the best like ways of enhancing it. Outside of that, if you're doing all your assault battles and you're doing your weekly challenges and stuff like that, Zetas are so hard to accelerate. You know what I mean? It's just a time thing. Occasionally there are whaling packs for it, but I've never bought one, so I can't really offer advice on it. I know Karth has in the past. Sometimes you can get, I think it's like up to 30 or 40 from one of them. It might be a $50 pack or a $100 pack. I can't even remember. But to me, that's outside of my appetite for wanting to spend money on this game. I don't want to do that for a chance at a certain amount of Zeta mats. Just check your daily scavenger deals every day. Make sure that you're constantly farming. There's no real way to properly rush Zetas. So you just need to make sure that you're doing all of your events, you're doing your weeklies. You know, it is what it is. Wailing on Zetas just isn't fun, just disappointment. And you're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong. Let's grab that real quick. No worries, Savior. No worries, man. Yeah, assault battles are very good for well, they're not very good. They're decent enough for Zeta mats. It's just one of the things. Otherwise, the most endgame players should net 4 or 5 per month. Yeah. All right. So Wombat, apologies. Did you give me some context for your roster? What you're farming? What you're looking for advice on? I think this is you. Oh, yeah, this is you. 7 mil. Yeah, sorry, Caesar. We're literally only just finishing up with our premium ones. We've done quite a few. I think we've done 10. Something like that. Okay. Sent in the chat. Waiting on your finalizer shards right now. Ben will be 2 proving grounds. Okay, so basically a month and a week, right? Currently building up, unless you are getting the Conquest Pass Plus, I guess. Currently building up Inquisitors. What are you missing? And what do you need? Also, how slow can I make Echo so that he still works? Mod starting to spread thin. Okay. Depends what you're trying to counter, really, with Echo. So, just under 7 mil. Let's first check fleet. Let me copy over this chat, actually. Copy over that chat into my notepad so that I can always have that. Okay, so I'm assuming you get this to 5 stars, you're going to unlock Slacker. Checking out fleets, we've got Executor, which I love to see. We've got Negotiator. We've got Malevolence, although there's missing relic levels over there. That's totally fine. I haven't had him needed for many high relic things, high level things right now. I mean, typical counters for Bad Batch might be stuff like, you know, Adrad teams in 5v5 and like even Qui-Gon Jinn teams in 5v5, Qui-Gon Jinn Omi teams and stuff like that. That's where, like, the Qui-Gon Jinn Omi teams is probably where the speed will matter the most. But I'm not sure how much you face them and to what degree. He was 377 for the longest time, but slowed him down. Yeah, 377 is complete overkill, to be honest. Because, yeah, he's going to outpace almost everything, right? He's going to outpace almost everything in that case. Qui-Gon Jinn with a Ki-Adi-Mundi setup with the Omicron might well outpace him if they've modded him correctly, but then you just take in a different counter. You know what I mean? Is Finn fast enough? Assuming Bagbro Finn? And assuming you are running this under a Zori team. Yep, more than fast enough. More than fast enough. He's gaining, what, 35 speed from Zori? So he's 395. This is more than fast enough. Yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't need him any faster than that. Yeah, I mean, I would say for where you're at, it's probably a hair overkill. I imagine people struggle massively, and to deal with that Zori team, they probably don't even look at the speed, I imagine, and then get wrecked out the gate. Should I take any speed away from him if you need it elsewhere? Yes, I imagine. Let me just double back and double check what league and division you sit in. Yeah, Rhodium 2? Yeah, I can't imagine. I can't imagine you face many people that are like, you know, going that sweaty with their mods to try and outpace a Finzori team. I can also do an R8 Ray unless that's not needed, and I should save. R8 Ray is useful, like the relics on Ray are useful for additional survivability and stat bumping to get her to certain stat thresholds, so it really depends on the state of the modding. You've gone, I imagine this is all health, right? Health and health and health and health. Yeah, okay, fine. So you've just gone for Chunky Ray. Chunky Ray with decent enough speed, not massive speed, and a bit of physical offense. So the extra relic levels on Ray, it's obviously a good thing to have, but if you're just going for a thick Ray rather than an offensive Ray, it's not necessary. You know? Like, you could, if you took her to Relic 8, she would probably be at about 10k offense, but if you're going for an offensive Ray, you're probably wanting more like 11.5 to 12k offense, so it would require a complete remod. So it would give you that flexibility, but you would have to completely change the approach on Ray to really get the most out of it, because a thick Ray doesn't, it's not that she's bad, but it's just like, it's not going to cause too many issues in the current datacron set in particular, I feel. And an ad. Oh god, I'm sorry. I would advise offense and HP set with offense and HP primary. That's usually what I would do. I much prefer an offense Ray to a healthy Ray. I like, you know, healthy Rays can be useful in a timeout scenario, but generally speaking, with the current datacron set, you're not really worried about that so much. Even if you got like massive deflection and stuff like that, you're still better off trying to ramp that offense. If you like health on her, that's absolutely fine. You take her to offense, that's fine. So if you're not going for offense, then don't worry. Like, if you're not trying to push offense on her, I wouldn't worry too much about it. You know, like, it's nice. It'll give you extra stats. And eventually you will want to take her to at least Relic 8. But there's probably a heck of a lot in your account that you could take to Relic 8 before that. You know what I mean? So yeah. And we already saw that your Zori was up there. Okay, back to... Is 103 plus 103 good on a Gear 7 Adrad? I just activated him today. I haven't leveled up his mods. It's hard to say. I mean, are you going to be using him? Like before relic levels? I'm in that position where I don't know how to use a team without relics, basically. So what should I do next? Okay, cool. So let me catch up again. You say you're finishing up finalizer shards, which means I assume you're ready basically for Slacker, right? Yeah. Okay, so obviously it's going to be a case of Slacker. You're probably going to want maybe a Scarred Zeta, but you should probably save all your Zetas for Supreme Leader Kylo Ren himself. I don't know how many Zetas you have available to you. Ben, you should absolutely prioritize as soon as you unlock him in 2 Proving Grounds. Get that one done. So finish Ben, finish Slacker when you get him unlocked, and then we need to start looking at teams that you ways that you could progress and teams that are missing. So I like the fact that you've got your Executor up to 7 stars. This is good. This is going to help your fleet game. I guess the question you need to be asking yourself is, do you want to try and buff up your fleet, or do you want to try and buff up your your ground game? Because with Slacker, you're going to have 3 GLs, right? 3 GLs and only 1 GL capital ship. The GL capital ship can really make the difference, and you said yourself that the mods are running a bit thin. I would like to see Jabba. Lord Vader must have been your first GL. Are you nuts? Like, wow. You've got 2... Willing on who? Because I already helped myself plenty. What? I might, once I get him to gear 12, but I'm taking it. Yeah, fair enough. Yes, you are nuts. You went for literally the biggest grind in the game as your first GL. You're just like, I'm gonna go for Lord Vader because I'm a masochist. Lord Vader is perfectly good. I know throughout this entire stream I'm saying, yeah, you can leave Lord Vader to last, because I do think most people should probably leave Lord Vader quite late. But people also play this game for fun and enjoyment, and if they want to have Lord Vader, then you can go for Lord Vader. At least with that frame of reference, you'll understand how easier it is to get every other GL. So there is that. So yeah, it's really a choice between, do you want to try and shore up your fleet, or do you want to try and shore up your ground game? If you're going ground game, then I would say Jabba. If you're going fleet, then depending. Your choices are either going to be Profundity or Leviathan, and this is really a personal taste. You have no Sith Empire to speak of, but I imagine you probably have no Rogue One to speak of. Oh, you've got more Rogue One than Sith Empire, I guess, to a certain extent. How come top 20 in Kyber 1 still... it's still bug dash. They haven't fixed the squishing bug. Lord Vader basically is the sole reason I'm in Rhodium 2. I call him the 3rd best outside of Kyber 1. Outrider is 6 stars. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. That's okay. Like, you can build up Outrider. That's fine. They're just collecting free crystals every day. Give me that hacks. I know, mate. I don't know what's happening with that, with their squish algorithm, but it's still kicking up really weird players. They're going to be there for weeks. Collecting crazy amounts of crystals. I mean, they're not going to win any GAC matches. They'll just get 0-3 and 0-3 and 0-3 and 0-3 until they drop out. But you know what I mean. So Profundity might be a choice for you. Oscar, how you doing? It's been a while. 2,500 biddies. Oh my lord. Give Meows a treat? I will absolutely give Meows a treat for you. How are you, honey? It's been a while. Thank you so much. I'll absolutely put that towards Tarples. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. What do you think about Lord Vader offense modding? I'm actually intrigued by it, Savior, to be honest. Because in current datacron setups in particular, having less health means it's going to trigger more frequently. And offensive Vaders have always been able to do a lot of damage. Like, a lot. Especially how quickly you can ult with him. So I've wanted to mess around with it. But typically speaking, bulk is the way with Lord Vader. You know, just make him incredibly irritating to try and kill. Draw out the battle long enough for him to ult a couple of times, and then he'll just start ripping people apart. But I have wanted to try messing around. But in all honesty, I've not tested it. I've seen a couple people in the past used to they'd throw in offense cross and crit damage triangles on him. But still mod him for speed and protection, essentially. But I'd like to try and mess around just to see. It'll be better with higher relics, obviously. It would have to be high relic, like relic 8, relic 9 minimum. Ask a Maliko's question. Yeah, go ahead, Wombat. Is yours modded for offense, Garth? Thank you so much, Ahsoka. Oscar, sorry, Ahsoka. I will definitely get the kittens out for you. Yours is modded for crit damage? Yeah. Oh, should you do Malakos? I have a hard time recommending Malakos unless you are already a lot of the way there. Okay, so you have the shards. You would need, essentially, in order to get... No. So unless what you want to be doing... This will be a personal preference thing, right? This is going to be a personal preference thing. If you want to go like big game hunting and just run a bunch of off-meta counters, it's a very, very good team to do that with, right? It adds a lot of flexibility. He's a fun team to play with. But there's so much in your roster that you can build that isn't an off-meta counter. You know what I mean? Like, you haven't got Jab, you haven't got Leia, you haven't got, you know, half the GLs in the game. So why would you relic up like 5 additional characters to relic 5? I know you got Cal up here, so that's one of them. I mean, theoretically, you could use Crew or you could use OG Kylo Ren, so then you'd only need to do, you know, Malakos and Fulcrum and Seer. And then you'd need, you know, at least sort of 2 Omicrons and minimum relic 5 across the board. Probably a little bit more if you wanted to get better use out of them. But that's still a really big investment. That could be going towards another GL that would offer you the same amount of value or more, right? So you can do it, but it has to be I want to do this because it's fun rather than I want to do this because it's the right thing to do. Do you know what I mean? Let me show you the fields where I grow my thanks to give. You one kid, he is super feisty with the treats. Oh, yes. You should see the state of... let's see if we can actually... I don't know if my camera will focus on my hand, but my hand is... You see all those little dots? Those aren't spots. Those are teeth marks and claw marks. Like, there, and 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 there. Like, she's just, like, shredded my hand to bits with claws and teeth. This is your alt. Okay, so maybe you do this for fun then. Yeah, I'm getting kitty acupuncture. I really am. I really am. Is Leia the best GL character? She's top 2, in my opinion, Ren. It's tied between her and Jabba, just for overall usability and value to the account. That will change when the new raid comes in. She'll probably drop to 2. Maybe a little bit lower. Who knows? Your main is pushing Queen Amidala and Bane. This is the fun account. Hey, man, if this is the fun account, then I would say yes, do Malakos, because I find him to be an incredibly fun team, and he's got a lot of flexibility. He can drop in a number of teams as a support, as a lifter, and you can have enjoyment. If you don't really care about being super efficient and, like, focused in your roster, damn, why not? Crack on. Crack on. You could even then double dip on Ommis, throw Cal and Fulcrum on for TW, and then it becomes a lot more fun in TW. So, yeah. It doesn't change the fact that modding him to attack will be better just because stacking offense from mastery. I think you're responding to Carthrick there, aren't you? Like you did Zori. Yeah, Zori is great fun. I'm close to Leia, but far away from Lord Vader. Yeah, I mean, Lord Vader is great and everything, but like, yeah, I would definitely get the likes of Leia, Jabba, JML before I got Lord Vader. That's just my personal take. So yeah, absolutely go for Terra Malakos. If like it just changes the perspective on this roster, because normally I'd be like, yeah, push for Jabba, push for Leia, you know, push for things like Profundity. Profundity I think is still something that you should do, but if you're not really too focused on being super efficient, I would still probably push for Profundity, especially over Leviathan right now. Push for Profundity, get your Malakos up for fun. Why not? You could definitely afford to drop the speed on your Finn if you wanted to. Maybe change the modding on Starkiller, I don't know. Your Reaver has R8 and all armor cons, but still can't beat Leia in Grand Arena. I mean, there's no guarantees that Reaver beats Leia in general. It's a decent enough counter, but it's not a guaranteed counter. Let's have a look. 305, he's fast, a little bit low on the health, a little bit low on the offense. He's low on the offense because of the relic levels. Yeah, if this guy was relic 7, relic 8, he'd probably have, you know, an extra 1500 offense, which would be nicer, but that's okay. You're hopping off Twitch? Oh, okay, so, Oscar, thank you so much. Thank you so much for donating those bitties. Give me a shout out next time you are on the stream, and I'll bring the kitties out for you, okay? I'm so sorry. But I'm watching on the TV and YouTube right now. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're still around. You're still around. Sorry. Okay. Alrighty. So we've got Iden here. Got Bad Batch, obviously. Wampa with the Wampacron. Maybe a couple more relic levels might be nice. I doubt you've got, like, Vandor in this account. Yeah, no Vandor in this account. So we don't need to worry about Dash too much. Other Zetas poor right now. Grievous, eventually you'll need to relic him up, just to help out with the Malevolence ship and stuff like that, but it's probably not a priority for you at the moment. You haven't seen Smudge in a while. He was here earlier. We'll unlock Darth Bane. Is he worth gearing him up, or should I save it for Leia? He's worth it if you've got C. Ooh. Ooh. You missed that part of the stream? Yeah, they were on here earlier. They were on here earlier. Okay, so let's check out your Jedi real quick then. So, Jedi, we got a gas team, that's nice. I know you needed gas for Lord Vader. Yeah. So that's fine. Let's go back over to Jedi again. I mean, yeah, it's tricky because obviously there's some really good Jedi that need some relic levels and stuff like that. The Plo is an interesting choice. Did you do this specifically for Fleet? Yeah, you could you're probably not too far away from pushing for Jedi Knight Luke as well, which will help you, obviously, for Jabba and stuff like that down the line. Yeah, I'd probably go, just do your fun farm. Do your fun farm for sure. Get your Malicos up there, push for Profundity, and maybe push into Jabba. Push into Jabba or something like that. Could be good. Could be good. How much focus into C-Rex? C-Rex, eh? Okay. Well, let's check out your Phoenix first. Okay. So, you won't need a heck of a lot of focus. Obviously, I say obviously. In my opinion, if you want to use any team, they should be minimum Relic 3, really minimum Relic 5. Minimum Relic 3 is like bare minimum so you can get the use out of datacrons, right? And you'll want his Omicron on there. That's kind of where I would say is minimum. Maybe you're able to get use out of him before that. You could probably get use out of him before that, but like success rate and value for money will be relatively low. His viability will increase once the Doubtcron disappears, because Doubtcron just full on shuts down Phoenix. It just ruins Phoenix teams, unfortunately. But once that goes away, once again Phoenix will be a pretty good team and a very reliable like Reaver counter and stuff like that. So I would say try and take him to Relic 3 and drop him to drop down the Omicron on him. You're about 5 to 6 hours ahead of me. Ruh-roh. It's just gone midnight for me, which is why we need to wrap things up. Yeah, okay, fine. How did you get on with the comeuppance? Oh, nice. Yeah, so your resistance fleet is pretty good then. Resistance fleet is pretty good. Finalizer, Finalizer really needs to be 7-star, I feel, to get the most use out of it. So we won't worry too much about that. Do we have... Outrider's getting there, which is nice. Yeah, we've got Han's Millennium Falcon. This is so strange to see, isn't it? And yeah, so your home 1 will probably be pretty decent and tide you over until you get Profundity as well. Can you just try with the offense HP on Lord Vader, on HP on Maul, on offense? I think he's still talking to Karth right now. Any good counter to beat layering Grand Arena? Jabba with the Bauschkron is the most reliable. But you can mirror match them as well. Or you can slacker them. There's quite a few counters. R8 Han was for the raid. Ah. R8 Han was for the raid. Well, you'll need him at R8 anyway for Jabba, so it's pretty good investment. I think it's Jabba. They all kind of bleed into... All my lights have just turned off because it's gone midnight. No, it's all good here. I'm trying to catch up on chat between things, that's all. Okay, cool. Yeah, ship farming is going to take some time. Ship farming will take time, but that's okay. I think you're in pretty good position for where you're at. I'd definitely take that C-Rex up to Relic 3, throw an Omicron on him to get the most use out of him. You could probably throw the Omicron on him sooner, but I'm a little bit concerned about how much value you'll get out of him before he's at Relic levels. So, it's his AP gains at night impersonation. I mean, if, like, I could do this. It's the scribble stream at night, guys. So yeah, I am still here. This is what it's like when I turn off all my lights in the stream room. Yeah. The GL Kylo and Ray bundle is back, guys. Still cheap to buy. Yep, the Lightspeed bundles have been placed in. Can you check some mods? Yeah, anything in particular you want me to check? We've had a look at your... Oh, crap, I didn't mean to press that button. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, no. No! God damn. Hold up. That's just going to give me an aneurysm. It's just flashing in my eyes. 1 second. Let me go to devices. There we go. God damn, that was horrendous. Teal Hornet, thank you so much for the follow. Yes, I can check mods. Absolutely. Just give me some shoutouts to check. Lord Vader over here. Yep, fine, fine, fine. Lord Vader is pretty standard modding. Fun teams right now is Zori. They're alright. Okay, yeah, let's go for Resistance then. Let's check out the Resistance. Okay, so we've already checked your Finn. He's like 360 speed, which is lightning quick, to be fair. Very, very fast. He's going to interrupt pretty much everybody. 328 on the Zori. She's also stupidly fast. Most fun team, yeah. Okay, so Finn lead with the Omi as well. Oh, cool. So you use him in TV as well, huh? I mean, he doesn't really need to be fast, so that's fine, I guess. Like 328 on her. Where is Bag Bro Poe? Bag Bro Poe. Any reason why he has no mods? Not yet, Ren. Not yet. Maybe we'll find out soon. Meatbag. But why no mods? Oh, you don't use Poe. Who do you use in your... Who do you use in that Finn team then? You use Finn, Zori, OG Poe, and Rose. Oh. Why wouldn't you use Resistance Hero Poe? Like, he'd be better than Poe. Well, I suppose this guy gives AoE exposes. Does he? He gives more sources of expose. It's interesting. It's interesting. I would have thought this would have been better for additional inspiration, additional damage. But, hey. Doop, 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 doop. But okay, let's check out your Poe then. Poe. All of the chonk. All of the chonk in the trunk. Rose Omi is cracked. And double tank is good. The Rose Omi, I imagine, is quite fun. I mean, she's an ideal... Wow, look at that offense and potency. I would rather just use Bag Bros with Rose Tico than use double tank. It's just my opinion. Better damage output, essentially. But you can do however you like. What we got over here? Got offense, offense, offense. Ouch. Yeah, that's going to hurt. All other resistance allies also gain 10% offense for each exposed enemy. That's going to hurt so bad. And gain 5% turn meter whenever the resistance ally scores a crit. Yep, that's going to be painful. That's going to be so painful. What's their offense at? 7.28? Like, it feels kind of crazy to say, but it's like, oh, just relegate that Rose. Oh my god. Dear me. You just like to use OG Poe. Do you think... I feel Resistance Hero Poe is better. Like, his kit overall is better. He helps spread inspiration a lot more, which allows you to counterattack a lot more. He's got the stun and the cleanse. That's on this one over here. Special damage, stun for 2 turns. If he's inspired, dispel all buffs on them and inflict buff immunity for 2 turns. Can't be evaded. It's a nice ability. This does vulnerable, guarantees crits on a basic. Pretty good. Daze and stagger for 2 turns. Also good. And this is the one here. If Resistance Hero Poe's allies or all light side enemies lose 5% protection whenever they lose a debuff. Inspired allies deal damage to an enemy with an ability. They also deal bonus damage equal to 10% of the target's max health, which can't be evaded. So true damage here, more or less. If Resistance Hero Poe is inspired, he uses a special ability. He inspires another Resistance ally, which under Bagbro Finn means they're going to counterattack whenever they get hit. It's very useful. Yeah, I really rate Resistance Hero Poe, personally. I think he's very good. Alternatively, what do we get here for Poe Dameron? 40% chance for up and down, damage doubled. Okay, so double damage against thingies, but again, he's a tank. He probably doesn't have a whole lot of offense in general. I know he's going to be ramping with Rose. Taunt for 2 turns, remove 25% turn meter. That's quite nice. 65% chance to expose them for 2 turns. Yeah, 65%. It's like it's one of those older kits, right? Yeah, I just don't think he brings as much, personally. I don't think he Hey, Storm, how you doing, bro? The double taunt is annoying. I agree. Double taunt is annoying to deal with because you get bounced around a lot. It's frustrating to deal with. But personally, if your Res Hero Finn is modded this fast, I have to feel like going additional offense with Bagbro Poe, sorry, is probably a better shout. Because, like, and you really don't want to preload a Zori team. You know what I mean? If you go in with all the additional damage, extra stuns, exposes, that sort of thing, true health damage, max health damage rather, I feel like that'll work better. But, hey. Maybe just double the taunt when they're on defense. Yeah, sure. Res Hero Poe on offense. That's my preference for it. I haven't done any empirical research into it. That's just how I look at it. But yeah, the modding is nuts. I was gonna say, because I didn't see the Rose Tico Omi earlier, I was gonna say if you haven't already got it, you probably should because you enjoy this team so much. But yeah, it's fun. It's good mods. Good mods. Well, it's good mods over here, good mods over here, good mods over here. These ones have kind of got leftover mods, and that's fine. The whole team doesn't need to be modded phenomenally. I literally just geared the Zori team, so I've never run the team myself. Like, you've just geared and Relic 9 Zori. And she's going to be your first Relic 10, isn't she, Wolf? Alright, any last thing, Wombat? Because it's well past my bedtime, and I've got to be up in under 6 hours. So I need to hit the hay. Zori works even at Gear 11, 5 stars. Not in Kaiba 1. I mean, shouldn't. No worries, Storm. No worries, Storm. Modbot thing? Yeah, absolutely. Let's run the modbot, see how you're doing. Mod score. Ally code. Oh crap! I'll have to go back. I've lost your ally code. I've lost your ally code. So here we go. 254121396. Boom. Boing. 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 Let's have a look. So your mod rating is 3.53. Not bad at all. You know, considering where you are in the game for this particular account. At under 7 mil, 3.53 is perfectly acceptable. Obviously, you want it to be higher, but you've got some pretty good variants here at the 25 plus for how developed the mods are themselves. You've got quite a good variance, a high variance of 25 plus here. What's that? 10, 6, 22, 23. 23 at 25 plus, really not so bad. You obviously know what you're doing with your mods, so just keep farming them. It's pretty good overall. It's just, obviously, the mods take a while to build up. Yeah, pretty good, man. Pretty good. I still think you're nuts for going Lord Vader first. You're masochist. Absolute masochist. That must have been painful. Alright, tremendous stuff. Thank you, wbat. We are going to look to close up the stream here, guys. It is late for your boy Scribble. Thank you so much. We're going to be doing additional roster reviews on Thursday. I don't normally stream on Thursday, but we need to try and raise money for Tarples. We got over halfway here, and Oscar, you still in the chat in YouTube? You might not be able to talk, actually. If you are, I'll go grab the kittens and I'll bring them up. Oscar did also donate 2,500 biddies, which is so kind of her, which is getting us most of the way here. If Oscar is still around, we'll absolutely get the kittens. If not, we'll look to raid into somebody and close things out. Let's see. Oh, Oscar is still here. Let's get the kits then. 1 second. Back in a minute. We have a tired bear. Here you go, Smidges. Oh, he's a good boy. Hold on. Hold on a moment. There we go. Smudges. Come on in, Smudge. Oh, he's a good boy. He's not too happy with me because I took him off at his bed again. You can see Indy in the background there. Oh, there she goes. Oh, yes. Good boy, Smudges. Last one, Smudges. Good boy, Smudges. Indy, get your head out of the dreamy jar. Indy. Hey. She's just full on stuck her head inside the dreamy jar. Little one. You gonna be a good girl? Or are you going to be... Whoa, Jesus. Yeah, ow. Ow! I have to. Ah. Oi! Ow! What do you do? Don't bite. No biting. No biting. Naughty little girl. Jesus. Ow. Ow. Oi. Oi, stop. Indy, there's no dreamies in my hand right now. No dreamies in my hand right now. Ow! Ow! In the palm of my hand. Ow! Stop biting my fingers. Ow! Oi! Stop that! With my finger. Hey, what are you doing? Ah! Ah! Ow! Ow! Indy, you're so aggressive. All right. Hey. Stop. Stop that. Those are my fingers, kitten. Those are my fingers. Yes. She's naughty. Proper mauled me. Trying to scratch away the microphone. Dear me. Dear me. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Oscar. We're gonna look to raid out now, guys. GAC goes live tomorrow night, so we'll be live for attack phase on that one, and then Thursday we'll be continuing our reviews, trying to help us whale on that Tarples. So make sure you are there for that. We'll be going live as soon as his marquee is announced, and try and take him as far as we possibly can. So it should be fun. Let's see. Let's see who's available. Thisk is live. Let's go and raid over into Thisk. Thank you all so much for your generosity, your kindness, and thank you for all the conversation. We'll see you all in the very next stream. Good night, guys. May the force be with you.